Mr. Tahi, we know that this meeting does not require a quorum, so let's go ahead and have a roll call.
This is roll call for Resource and Development Committee. Leadership meeting with the Division of Natural Resources, Navajo Nation Land Department, Department of Justice, and Navajo Land and Farm Board for Thursday, May 5th, 2022 at 9 a.m. Roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Chairman Key Allen's online.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Mark A. Freeland.
Present.
Honorable Mark A. Freeland is present. Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. Chair, you have 3 members available, but you don't need a quorum for this leadership meeting. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Tahi, doing the roll call. Shananta, we're on invocation on the agenda. I'll go ahead and do the prayer. Let us pray. God. Aganaho ara hunlona honetsan. Olodo yont eren hitigen leni. Eche hot ina ben hiketjes leko hunzat en hios kartenla. Bache nitsan ina. Endet ben an hint gilto ina beschadet en leni. Alt go niltko. Nihich en da hui nata. Bet ara oda hil ato. Ben nacha nihil chaho in holonch en si keso todil zantla. Endet da il hojon dan nihil bena hotzen. Ishi ban hil hojon nachalchen en da iltka hoda. Nachalchen ben nacha goda. Endet da ida hoi challe hoda bahol hojon sa. Are hon jon gon he khai anil tok ti benebige ban hil hojon. Ndi a kuichen hichen khai ahgi ba ke nitsen hidigen leni. Hala inna beschadet eishin kodo ben an hint kengi an he da nitsen. Do yo nit era ashes zingi hot a da hun stene ben na hot ansus kes. Nde sa Sheikh ayan sada kesnde. Ani inna bansus kesko. Do yo nit eran khara hastki lansansa. Ona ganje ehini naron khatet ane hodil zinchin ben yene hitigen leni. Hot zapende nitla ben khessi ashkhora. Ben nache yat ehuyel khito hini naro. Etta khonit zan go hini naro les. Yel khije ta khonit zan do les. Aro te nechi nitla. Aro to yat eko aro te nabanchi kesa. The nero yat eko do ban do ba yelt kita do lana nitsen chesna tape. Horat eko da on da hite nit le on da ilj do yat ehon side keso ya del tiko da. Askedan sna go da halt so go shin. The ne bitch at the nitsen sa hodon na sa. Danit zansa ohot ara harahitsi le don hayat etande etta hotot le olgenan hilchone digen leni a kuicha ashon khan hitet len hin sikestone hijebi khandle inayat ehoben hitarat as dino dahini naronitsen chana net lego nasen khalchen biti khatoleten hitanne anilcho yat eko nachini tken gobanashit ahonit zadole ashon ne kan liged hot ega hotza pakan hilchaho eben kessin a hendi nida dras kon ben hikechit lege yat eho da hini nan hera destun higan ne hichian he eron hinan stahadno taida ohdat era para hajopago nda khabagandaten ashora nakhabajina baba ahn zindobashonla Nehnant President Nez Nakhabashonlom Myron Lizer, Vice President. Yat Hoshinda Hoy Atole. Best bahasa an alt habas wanla. The nayandas nastoyanda kago bigeden ira bajinapa. Tanas neldan leni alt for the bebenant akayapanant Hon handad nashit and ba Washington thon habas wanla. Endata nkislar on his endan hab na habas wanla akwicha. Hastquiro san is shimbra hajo pago ada hanyar and the hastra. Dobel da hat ego hajla shike shalchan shidan go. Jet o that is in Passant da shit in that in tal kashta. Kaida sharo kahna shidan zan ashhora bkhonla. At the stars higishin sto awal yara betarat eskal. Yan sada keshin Eilaban hostala dansen shi. Ensta yat eho in that hundred ist. Ishi dansen sa. Ashhora pechera ben sick case be hunle. What egon hidigen leni at arahanit and katoyor and it era. Ne pahit ben hahens and kikoro at anda e khan hits as a hundred on hanant el. Nhires kagon hit honlong ashhorn hidigen leni. Once a goshin job by the Nero Chorizan be Jesus Christ benacha. Amen. Nant I Kodoshi ha agenda ki introduction by whole G's dollars. Aros best month and not Lenigi RDC in Kishin said all this. Honorable Kial Begay Jr.
Chairman, good morning, Kial Begay Jr. Ado Hanawani National Ki Ani Edasja with Ani Dasachero Dischini Dasanale. Loman Chapter, Salani Kanwood, Kachipuka, Nazlini, and Miniform for the Ikuro chapters, but Hadasha. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, good morning.
Oh, yeah, Ben.
Introduction, yeah.
Oh.
Okay, good morning, Shantai, colleagues on Senigi. Chairman, thank you for that prayer. Shije Mark Freeland this year, Ado Senigi Tutsoni, Snora Kia Ani, A Bushes Chin, Sanjay Kina the Shachera, Tena Bethley, Edishnale. It's also called Isna Shaya and represent 8 chapters out of each agency, Crown Point, Do Nahadish Kish. Say I Besenti, White Rock, Lake Valley, Herfano, and Nayaze. Good morning to one and all. Good morning to our land board, our grazing official, farm board, as well as our staff. Good morning and blessings to you all. Thank you, Chairman.
Honorable Freeland. Honorable Walker, are you on the call? Vice Chair Walker. Honorable Daniels. Honorable Stewart. Abiga. Ashin Tunil, good old left, Koro. Hello, Koroshi staff, but it's all Mr. Pahi.
Good morning, chair members of RDC. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the legislative advisor for Resource and Development Committee. I'm Kiani and Senja Kina, and I'm originally from Steamboat, Arizona. Back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Ms. Springer.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, RDC Committee. My name is Heather Springer. I'm a legislative assistant with the RDC Committee. I'm originally from Omaha, Nebraska. My clans are Sanaa Bithleen, Omaha. Good morning, everybody.
Morning, Springer. Ms. Khan.
Good morning. Yad Bina, Chairman Nez, Resources and Development Committee members, Ado Yad Mr. Roderick Begay and Mr. Mike Colonna, and to those who will be presenting information today to the Resources and Development Committee, and good morning to those of you who are listening into today's call. Ado Ahehe, for that beautiful, beautiful prayer. As always, that puts me in a beautiful state of mind as we start today's session. She Mariana Khan, Dashijime, Dona and Shinigi ate what you came in snapped on Bashish Chin, Ashche, Dashichi, Sanji, Dashana, I could our son in the snap. I hear me here so clear that you sing Mr. Chairman. I will go on mute now.
I had Ms. Calm being on the call with us this morning. We do have Mr. Davis Filford from the Office of the President, Vice President. Press star 6
Good morning.
to unmute.
Good morning. Oh, good morning, Chair and members of the Resource and Development Committee and staff and everybody that's listening in. To Mother's Day. I like to say greetings and happy Mother's Day beforehand. Do Office of the President, Vice President, Executive Staff Assistant. Title the Banash Nishigi. Kilichin, Chlino, last year, but it's team, and that's a chain, what it's in the Sunala, quit echo. It's a very needed leadership that's going to be happening today. I'm looking forward to it. We need to do this. Chair. Thank you.
Wilfred Adog from the Office of the President, Vice President, in person here, Ms. Clashen. Thank you, Ms. Clashen. We also have from the Department of Justice, Mr. Begay.
Yeah, there. No, so. Twitty question is long. Link the Courtney A. Bush's chain. Yeah, on the A. Those at now, Jenny Additionale. I'm an Assistant Attorney General with the Navajo Nation Department of Justice Chapter Unit. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Begay.
Krista Thompson, Doja Inishland, Hobajna, Ajabash's Chin, Tony Dasha Chedo, Tony Dasha Nulla, who's going to Nasha, and I'm a attorney in the chapter unit.
Yeah. Etty.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you, RDC members. My name is Etty Anderson Basta. I'm the Department Manager for the General Land Development Department. Shay, come out with me. Silicona, Dasha Arizona, so thank you.
Thank you, Eddie, for being here with us. Next.
Good morning, I'm Stevie.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Howard Martinez, and I work with the General Land Development Department and the Land Support Agent. My name is Shloe.
Sheila. Yeah. Dr. Shabala.
Yateshananta Shadishna Rudy Arshabala, Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources, a director. Ada Nashada e Nazlini Holy Ada Nashada Adona Enchini Tsutna Jini Chishitish Chini Enchla Ada Todachi e Dashaja Ada Kachini Eya e Dashachedo Nash as e Dashanala. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shabala. We also have one of our colleagues on the call with us. Honorable Nate Brown. Press star 6 to unmute.
Yat
Oh, Yate. Introduction.
Oh, Yat.
Go ahead.
Yate Adosina Resource and Development and Yate Shaya any question date basement on the Nebanal Nick Brown. Although Coba Hansno look Basis Chain Kiani, that's a say adult as a Sandasanala. I don't lay to the next Esanatle, I think it's a snare. Craigie Wesana Natle, though Nizono Kodohana, although for the instance, though, resource and development, and as it, this is any though to our wonderful staff. Thank you and have a good day.
We also have on the call with us Doug Halando, the Bebenanal Gloshman and Ashindle, Mr. Roland So.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you for the introduction. Myself and the entire Community Agency Grading Committee will be joining you guys from Untitled Chapter via Zoom. Thank you for letting us join.
Tristan Black.
Yate Shanant do Beshmans das an Shay Tristan Black in the She Donna and the Shinigi Kia on in the Slant do Twitter cheat ni Bashin, but any the Shichedo is a Shana Dashanella Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council Banashnish Auto New Mexico Indigenous Youth Council Banashnish. So here, Chair.
We also have from Office of Navajo Government Development, Mr. Crank.
Ben, thank you so much for the recognition, Chair Nez, and the fellow RDC committee members, those staff, and thank you so much for policy analysis. Office of Navajo Government Development.
Marlene Hosky.
Thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself. Division of Community Development, the chapters go land use plans, Ashananish Ishla, Ebinacha Equahajo, Ides Ilto Ehodish Belnada Shishnistole chapter lesson son Eha, Jades Najin Stendo Kia Ani Bashishin, also Edashichedo Toma Edashanella, Yat E Anotso.
Okay, Squiggy Nelson.
Oh, good morning, Danalhini, all members of RDC. My name is Violet Nelson, and so thank you for the opportunity and the invite and setting up this workshop for us to get a better understanding of what we need to do out here to help our community and our people.
Thank you. We also have on the call with us one of our colleagues that just called in. Chair, Amber Kennesbaugh-Crotty, introduction. Honorable Crotty. Honorable Crotty. Okay, we'll move down. Anybody on the call that wishes to introduce themselves? I hear none. We'll go down to number 2 on the agenda, purpose of the leadership meeting.
Chair, this is Kevin Long, the land board for Lonyaji, Katok, and Pruitt Baka chapters. Just appreciate the invite, and just hopefully we could learn a lot from what's going to be talked about today, and so we can bring back to the communities and help our people. Italy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long. We also have with us today Mr. Mike Halona, Land Department.
Ben, Chairman Nez, Resource Development Committee, DOJ, General Land Development,
and those that are all on the phone calling in today, yat open. Say ya Mike Holona the sinner, I don't quite. Never care about yard we get that insurance is not here. I don't be done in strong, but it's seen 400 and another Kia on it, that's a chill. That name's like coffee. Thank you, Mr. Holona, for joining us today. Anybody
Chair.
else?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
Yat Bene Shikado Shidane Ado Kwa members of the Resource and Development Committee, Ado the Natural Resource, Navajo Nation Land Department, Ado Department of Justice, and also my fellow colleagues with the Eastern Agency Land Board, Ado Farm Board, grazing officials, Ado all the other guests as well. She Veronica Pablo so in Shia Ado a 23 Nation to head Lady Bashchin Nanish Ajay Dashanele Nasha Dash without a Stanishle Ado Lay Hanatli or Yeda a Adat Nashado a Adra a Kayapanand a what Shananish a under Warfano chapter. And I just want to thank each for getting invited to this meeting, and hopefully we'll be able to get some good information pertaining to our positions as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica. Certainly appreciate you calling in. And we'll move down to number 2 on the agenda, the purpose of this leadership meeting with Resources and Development Committee, Division of Natural Resources, Land Department, Department of Justice,
Chairman,
and Farm Board. This meeting here today is to discuss and address private family cemeteries as it relates to the Navajo Nation burial and cemetery regulations. Korote sahni tliniki etide ngesh edan tlingo asate khatahui zogote la eyote yo nini nachan khote la cemeteries volgego basnahas adan tango o khayu khazle oko khait ara nabikia dil tiketo hast edil nitligishin benya akotida khocha Navajo Nation burial those cemetery Bebe ani shin totanil it ege ben yakro sanitla sanan ana senegi ana tko. So akela yes, who's that? Who wanted to say something? But then we'll go to number 3, presentation, discussion.
Chairman Nez, this is Delegate Crotty.
Oh, yeah, that's Mayaja. Go ahead and introduce yourself, Honorable Crotty.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Not myself, so I'm going to pause. But thank you, committee members and Chair Nez, for this leadership meeting with all of our grazing officials, land board, and farm on the call.
Honorable Crotty, we lost you. Honorable Crotty. Okay, we'll go ahead to number 3 on the agenda, presentations and discussions. A, presentation by the Office of Legislative Counsel on the concerns about 13 Navajo Nation Code Section 1951 as it relates to the request of private family cemeteries. The presenter will be Ms. Mariana Kahn. attorney from the Office of Legislative Counsel. Di kodo alonjin kit jodo afto and kit kodo nahigi behas ani. Aishin Ms. Khan, di Private Family Cemeteries. So Ms. Khan, you have the floor at this time.
Good morning again, all who are listening, and Resources and Development Committee members, and also Delegate Brown and Delegate Crotty, and those who are assisting in this presentation. I brought this issue to your attention. I bring this issue to your attention because I'm currently receiving requests to draft legislation for approval for private family cemeteries. And our office has not received this type of request before. Although, as you are well aware, the land department has been withdrawing land for community cemeteries after they have received the authority through the delegation. I do believe that resolution was done in 2015 to allow the to allow the land department to designate land withdrawals. And one of the areas, the purposes is to use land for cemeteries. And so those type of land withdrawals for community cemeteries have been done through the land department and have not come to the Resources and Development Committee because of the delegation. In this particular case, the land being withdrawn is not for a community cemetery. The request is for a private family cemetery. And as I was looking through the documents that were presented with the request for legislation and looking at the law with regard to cemeteries, I had to slow down and get further clarification. And I'm hoping that this leadership meeting today will provide some clarification and will also point out, I do believe, needs to changes, amendments to current Navajo Nation law that is within Title 13 of the Navajo Nation Code, and perhaps other portions of the Navajo Nation Code for clarity. And I have as I do have a small PowerPoint to show you, and I have sent that to the delegates, and all that is just recitations of the Title 13 provisions with regard to cemetery designations. And Mr. Tahi said that he would allow me to share the screen with regard to showing this these 4 slides. Mr. Tahi, would you please allow me to present the PowerPoint?
Ariana, you're granted access to do the screen share with your Zoom.
Okay, now I'll go up here to share the screen. All right, I do believe the screen is before you now. And this is Navajo Nation Code 13, Navajo Nation Code section 1901, Navajos. And this is how it reads: any member of the Navajo Nation, regardless of place of residence or place of death, may be buried in a Navajo Nation cemetery. And this particular provision of the Navajo Nation Code was enacted through CF-1050 in 1958. And this is just general language with regard to establishment of cemeteries. The second provision here, let's see, right here, is designation of cemeteries. And I hope I have that citation correctly. If not, I'll let you know later on. I did cut and paste it, so it should be correct. It says 13, Navajo Nation Code, Section 1951, Designation of Sites. And this is it says the Government Services Committee is authorized to designate sites for memorial and general cemeteries on the Navajo Nation, not to exceed 30 acres upon the recommendation of a majority of the members of the district delegation to the Navajo Nation Council. And the history of this particular section of the code is that it wasn't way down the bottom. It was enacted in 1958 at the same time as the previous section, the same legislation as the previous section of the code I read to you, 1958. And at that time, two amendments were made to this particular section, and one is with regard to the number of acres. Originally, it said 10 acres, not to exceed 10 acres, and in 2007, that was increased to 30 acres. And then when the Navajo Nation Council changed over from lowered its membership of the Navajo Nation Council members to the current number of 24. There were changes done to the names of committees. And in this particular case, it says Government Services Committee. There is currently no Government Services Committee. And at the time when the new committees were formed to accommodate the 24 delegates, the Government Services Committee language was in the legislation CO-45-12. There was general language placed at the end of that particular resolution saying that the Government Services Committee, where it says Government Service Committee, would now be the Nabik Iyatiket Committee, and it had this particular language, unless the amendment enacted herein or context of previous law indicates otherwise. So this is where an examination is to be made whether whether the Nabik Iyatiket Committee makes the designation, authorizes the designation, or whether it's another committee. In this case, the other committee could possibly be the Resources and Development Committee. And a further discussion in the Office of Legislative Counsel, coordinated with the Department of Justice, we need to discuss this particular point. This next slide is the same. It was 1951 designation of the sites. And here I have highlighted, this is the same language that was in the previous slide, but I've highlighted in the darker print. I've highlighted areas which I find need a little bit further explanation. Okay, here it is. Sorry, here it is. And again, it says the Government Services Committee is authorized to designate for memorial and general cemeteries on the Navajo Nation not to exceed 30 acres upon recommendation of the majority of members of the district delegation to the Navajo Nation Council. Now, if you'll see from this language, there are two types of designations. One is a memorial and the other is general cemeteries. And this has piqued my interest because the idea of a private family cemetery, does that come into the designation of a memorial cemetery, or is it a general cemetery? And so that's something that today's discussion might bring some clarity to, or further cloud. The other interesting language of interest to me is the last part of this sentence. Upon the recommendation of a majority of members of the district delegation to the Navajo Nation Council. Now, this particular language, this whole section was enacted by the Navajo Nation Council in 1958. In 1958, what is that, more than 5 decades ago, the configuration of the Navajo Nation Council was different. And in this case, it makes reference to a district delegation to the Navajo Nation Council. And currently we do not have something that's called a district delegation. There are no, I see no where there is a definition of a district delegation to the Navajo Nation Council. So I see a need for an amendment here with regard to whether or not a recommendation should be made by any quote unquote district delegation to the council for a designation of a cemetery. These two pieces, or this two sections of the wording of section 1951, something I want to bring to your attention. And I know this might be overly cumbersome or tedious to people, but my training is, as an attorney, is to look at the words. And the words are supposed to have meaning. And they were passed in 1958 by a group of council delegates who had very much meaning, understood this in a particular way. Now, some 5-6 decades later, the Navajo Nation population has changed, and my understanding, some 6 decades later, it is not clear to me right now. So with regard to private family cemeteries, does it fit within this language, and who is supposed to make a recommendation? And this will be something that Navajo Nation Council delegates would need to ponder and decide if an amendment is necessary. Now, what did I put on this last slide? This last slide is in that same section with regard to cemeteries. It is 13, Navajo Nation Code, section 1953, Administration, Delegation of Authority. This says, again, the Government Services Committee is authorized to delegate to such officers and departments of the Navajo Nation as they see fit the authority to administer memorial and general cemeteries. Here again is that designation, those two, memorial and general cemeteries, so far as is consistent with the obligations of the Government Services Committee to the Navajo Nation Council. So this particular section says a particular standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council may delegate to a particular department or officer the administration of these two types of cemeteries, memorial and general cemeteries. So again, I do believe clarity is needed with regard to the terms memorial and general cemeteries. Now, I will stop. I will go back to the very first section of the slides, and that was with regard to 13 Navajo Nation Code, section 1901. And that has to do with the very first, any member of the Navajo Nation, regardless of place of residence or place of death, may be buried in a Navajo Nation cemetery. And I have a couple of other questions with regard to that. And I have my notes here. Okay, let's see. And I'm going to do a stop share at this moment, or maybe I'll leave it on. Okay, on this, on section 1951, I had questions with regard to, excuse me, the next one, delegations, with regard to if there is a, when and if there are private family cemeteries, questions with regard to who is to be given the permit or the lease. As you recall, Resources and Development Committee members, when legislation is presented to you with regard to leases or permits, like say a lease given to a particular private company, it has the name of the company on the lease. And that is either a legal corporation or a LLC or that type of designation. That particular lease is signed by somebody with authority from that particular entity. In the case of a private family cemetery, this is something to talk about, and perhaps Mr. Roderick Begay of Department of Justice has this answer in his regulations, and that is with regard to who signs a particular private family cemetery lease or a permit. With regard to permits, we see signatures on church permits. Down at the bottom at the church permit, it will be the individual who put in the application, and it is somebody who is doing the paperwork or is the pastor for the particular church that wants the permit. And just to further to highlight, there is a difference between a permit and a lease. And when you, as you've seen the permits and the leases that are attached to the various resolutions, legislation that come before you, I am just wanting to draw your attention to the signature line. With a private family cemetery, who would sign in that spot? The other topic to be thinking about is, and this may come up, be answered in Mr. Roderick Begay's presentation with regard to regulations, and that is with a private family cemetery. How in years to come, perhaps, and hopefully not, there might be a disagreement among family members as to who may be buried in their private family cemetery, and that in anticipation of these issues, it would be good for the committee to think about how to address something in the future with regard to the authority to who may be placed into the private family cemeteries, and just in general, what provisions could the committee make and the council make with regard to what happens in the future with regard to private family cemeteries. Again, back up to the first 13 Navajo Nation Code 1901. It says any member of the Navajo Nation, regardless of place of residence or place of death, may be buried in a Navajo Nation cemetery. Now, again, with regard to private family cemeteries, this this language with regard to any member of the Navajo Nation would not, there would need to be, I believe, some sort of qualifying language here with regard to the decision of internment in a private family cemetery. There would be, the family would make that determination with, and so this broad language, any member of the Navajo Nation may be buried in a Navajo Nation cemetery. So these are language, as I said, my job as an attorney, I look at the language and I look at the request for legislation that comes in. How does the request for language, the request for a private family cemetery line up with the current Navajo Nation code? And as I have pointed out, this particular section was drafted in 1958, some 6 decades ago. I can't really add up right now, but and it is, I do believe, time to rethink these provisions of Title 13 of the Navajo Nation Code. Mr. Chair, I will stop my presentation right now, but I just wanted to give the background of my concerns and the language that I am currently working with regard to drafting legislation on behalf of your colleagues who have constituents who are already gone through the steps to formalize their current family, private family plots, private family cemeteries. And I'm having as I've shown in these sections of Title 13, it's not totally clear to me, and I'm bringing this to your attention in hopes that you might think about possible need to amend this 1958 enacted Navajo Nation Code sections with regard to memorial and general cemeteries. Mr. Chair, I will stop my presentation right now and allow the next presenter to present. Thank you very much. I'm pressing stop share. And I'm going on mute.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khan, for the presentation. Honorable members of RDC, we are still on A of the agenda. Ms. Khan just provided the presentation on a few items here. 13 Navajo Nation Code, subsection 1901, subsection 1951, and subsection 1953. Do you have any comments or questions? Honorable members of RDC? Ms. Khan, could you expound on memorial and general cemeteries? As well as where it states the district delegation who will be the recommending body to the Navajo Nation Council.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Just a second, Mr. Chair. I'll bring that language back up in front of you again. This would be here. This is section 13 Navajo Nation Code 1951, Designation of Sites. Now, this is where I'm being very candid with you with regard to these two terms in which a standing committee is authorized to designate sites for memorial and general cemeteries. Now, before the question of private cemeteries came up, in my understanding of these two terms, a memorial cemetery is, my understanding was like the cemetery close to Fort Defiance with regard to the military. and that being a memorial cemetery for the individuals who served with the military. And that's my understanding of that use of that term. And also, again, I point out that this particular section does not have a definition of a term. In this case, the term memorial cemetery is not defined. And the second undefined term is general cemetery. And general cemeteries, whenever I read this prior to working on the private family cemetery request, the general cemeteries to me meant the community cemeteries that had been designated by the various chapters in their areas, and which the Resources and Development Committee had encouraged the chapters to include in their community land use plans, was a designation of a site for a community cemetery. And that, in my mind, was how I interpreted general cemetery. Again, I point out that this particular section, and nowhere in Title 13 do I find a definition of either a memorial cemetery or a general cemetery. Now, if there was a definition, then perhaps the private family cemetery would have been included in one of those too. But without a definition, I do not have the clarity to classify the private family cemetery into either a memorial cemetery or a general cemetery. And then with regard to the second unclear language in my understanding, or I'm unclear on, is a recommendation according to this section 1951. A recommendation was to be made by a majority members. These are council delegates of the district delegation to the Navajo Nation Council. And I discussed this with other attorneys, and there was a longtime attorney, his understanding of what the district delegation meant is with regard to the land grazing permits area. As you know, there are land, how the land is divided up with regard to issuance of grazing permits is by districts, and those districts have numbers 18, 12, and such. And his understanding was that back in 1958, when this resolution was enacted, that must be the definition that was understood at that time. But again, this section 1951, does not provide us a definition of the district delegation and who is supposed to make that recommendation. So again, I think this further exemplifies why there is a need for amendment to clarify this language so that the land department and the general land development department and myself are clear as to one, what type of cemeteries are permitted, and third and second, who is to make the recommendation if any entity is. I am very sorry with regard to not providing a definitive answer on the two questions you have asked, but that is the reason I am bringing this to your attention, is that there is need for clarity, and it would seem a need for an amendment to the code. Mr. Chair, thank you for listening to my response. And I will stop.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Kahn. If you would keep that up there for us, we would appreciate that, Ms. Kahn.
Okay.
You did pretty much answer my question. This is the reason why we're here. We have the land board as well as the farm board and perhaps the grazing officials that are on the call with us today and from different agencies. And therefore, we do there is a dire need to make these amendments through our recommendations from the local level as well, land board and grazing officials, as well as the farm board, So I'm glad that we're just having this discussion to define what memorial means. Ha'ila olia memorial. Salah choki bebecha nikoshin to olia chut negobahinji. Aro general bakaki you have private family cemeteries do. Aro ndita community cemeteries. Asia tende be definition hulon ador ne. Sinan no seneki. Ado recommending body hatnenegati kodo upon the recommendation of a majority of members of the district delegation to the Navajo Nation Council. As we understand, certain protocols at times requires the local land board and grazing officials who are out there at the local level, perhaps that could be inserted in here as the agency grazing officials or land board could be inserted as the ones making the recommendation to the Resources and Development Committee. So we're still on A under number 3. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions? If you don't, then I'll open the floor since we do have land boards and grazing officials on the call, and they can also provide some comments and questions. RDC, any comments or questions?
Chairman Kealan.
Honorable Kealan Begay, you have the floor, sir.
Chairman, we're specifically talking about 13 Navajo Nation Code, Section 1951, Designation of Sites by Legislative Council any can I get clarifications, Chairman?
Ms. Calm, you heard the question. Your response, please.
Yes. Just a second here. Okay, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, yes, that my concern is to me it is not clear, and I had initially reached out to the Department of Justice, and it was decided with the Natural Resources Unit that we needed a discussion with the Resources and Development Committee with regard to those two terms. Mr. Chair. Okay, that's about it. I do not have any more to answer. You do have another attorney on the call who will be presenting in the next section. I don't know if he, that would be Mr. Roderick Begay, has any more to add to the definition of those two terms, but I do not have clarity with regard to that. And if I were to draft legislation, I would have to make a decision that the private family cemetery is a memorial cemetery or a general cemetery. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan, for that. Honorable Begay, do you have a follow-up question?
Chairman, I guess this is one area land board grazing officials that is anki dre the basis and alta especially some community members asking for service from the chapter. Some chapters don't allow equipment to be utilized at the private cemeteries versus the community cemetery. I'm not sure what the solution will be in people beginning and who do establish private cemeteries, and which is being considered as a memorial cemetery. There's several factors people resort sometime. For example, Chinle Cemetery, they charge $300 as a certified chapter. Just to cover the actual funeral expense, so they resort to other location. And then I'm sure that they want to start their own family plot. Cemetery ki hanan the land Kenya. Do kwaki kin de nan ebena. So saho chapters do establish at the haletta. Dika Kenya. The nay do the consent that iniki. There is a need of cemeteries. It is already by policy. I'm sure we're going to go over that one later. So chapter which all the community cemeteries established that don't need. And this also includes, and I always bring this up, what's RDC's purpose of approving the community land use plan. The AP did on the hatahaki beat the das soto did on ben hala of ni a coco belai le coco, but not the cake on it. I think the did out nahot ecoco. What was the purpose of us passing the community land use plan? A co that a coshi that it out 80 family plots are beginning to emerge. Our community cemeteries in here at then when go ashin quite all less. For example, for my area, one of the 5 chapters that I represent, many farms, as you know, community cemetery at that then no she that's open now. Literally, some of these grave sites are within the farmland. Kaya, Kao, Dika grave sites at the whole Yasa. A Coco, Dika regulations, Niniki, who authorizes it, Niniki, wait, all a inane, even just right now. We sign off Codon here Bebnal Sosika that there's Eki to Epi Bahund, even though nobody really authorizes it in a way, but our grazing official signs off, and which is recognized by the cemetery, the mortuary. Just sign off in the location of the grave site. Our service initiate LE. So that's a ahilne. pe la to le ki ako an le tsaga hot zanda pe landa ele ni ko so I think a lot of these should really be reserved directly to the community representatives, the community, the local officials, especially the grazing official. To isiki kada the kato to ko agnendan kadita to ko agbe bata huis aj ako ko agiki hut go jona shin leniki be ba nilyago ko da ahil neti de ko to ahozen da neniki to ko agiki be na hat ado adian sita case o zulni ko do bol ni hot ani gravesite at na ko. It will be a good justification to me, sure, if a community, and again for my community, mini farms, if they don't have a community cemetery, I always say that, if we had it, how long ago, community cemetery, how long ago, Ashinti, to Obolin, Niniki, what gravesite, that isn't a quacky, Yego Benhichin, hot it. So it all falls back. And then the policy itself is allowing it in a way. So quacky on it. I see that the nigo be has only at ego quashit and need negi get a hot eat or liquor go out. To be about hot, it's just a matter for us to get the approval. To hot out Kodobe has only gisa aniki. It allows just like some of these smaller memorial along the highway. Maybe about what no, but yet seen a lot of them kind of being establishing a permanent structures. I see that at the hall. So anyway, Chairman, that's the kind of like an overall. Some of my experience in the community that I represent. Hot ego kodo behaz aniki do ado ko the community hajot I see hajot bah nalya ko nan should be just allowing it obe ke test in ki e khwake ot obe has honest go unlate the community I see that each of the chapters hajot I see hajot be bah nalya da be to even ya ad has ani ben ya not ani hat abi banda a quacky community has age be ban hat ado ba hot asli to even ya as khana let the do quacky certain areas elected officials even cup C community land use plan but the hodno ko elahit ad I see aj has job be nabaton ad. But the one thing that stands out, as I always say, is that they don't have sufficient resource. And then even the legal advice, we have legislative council sit along our meetings, every single meetings. I had outside Lingi Quaggin Handen Nisto, Quaggy Lassus Lassie, had I bears only Quaggy Hotone, Joti no Equadon, his whole jish. A conlat the chapter has a day, be business basis la il day, be his answer, be his only Ishin, Hasha, DOJ got the not sauce the dodge, no a queen that does the shinta, hot air when the baby church, baby church in the wheat. The every the turnaround is not good in asking for some legal advice or legal inquiry. Ko go baby na hot kwake ko dik ad hot ego last chapter in linki baby honal ya do penti bebnal sosikedes inki the dashin to ikata is apetlato da ya hata sio dashin show did an half sake where in John do little don't kishi holno. So if a lot of them has to go through the council because we always have to deal with legislation. or legislation gijin tabi katon tahitzi do hatana be na nashikit akoit ati akoin dati ati de nahot etole. If that is the case, go once a community cemetery is established, we've already have so many family plots. I mean, that's what I know in the community that I represent. I know each communities have quite a few family plots. Just because, like I said, Chunli, it charges about $300. That's even for a veteran. That's only closest community cemeteries that we have in my region, in my area. With that, Chairman, that's my further comment on this section 1951 designation of site. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Begay, for stating your concerns and your questions. We do have land board members and grazing officials on the call with us. They will be allowed to address the concerns that we are discussing today. But please understand also, there's three other presentations. The next one will be done by Department of Justice, Mr. Begay. Ajige had draft burial guidelines and rules and regulations for cemeteries. Mr. Mike Halonan presentation land withdrawal and that the community, the other families, family cemeteries, Title 13, draft burial regulations. Does it cover family plots, private family cemeteries? Land board, dog grazing, halape ada, bananas, inibinina, ada koro banidens, kirigis etzela, data. What is RDC's purpose of approving community-based land use plan from chapters? Perhaps when chapters get certified, LGA, when they bring this before RDC, we can also make recommendations, or perhaps the chapters could also make amendments. But with the discussion today, the local leadership could make amendments to their CBLUP. In there, having a designation of community cemeteries rather than family burial, private burial plots. Grazing official. So with your statements and concerns, let me give some time back over to Ms. Khan, if you would like to respond to some of these concerns.
Mr. Chair, this is Ms. Khan again. The issues that Delegate Kealan Begay has raised are many, and we do again. Let's see. Need clarity with regard to these plots and the memorials beside the highway, and the need for the idea that a mortuary may come in and be allowed to come in on the nation with the signatures of just the grazing committee members from that area, although the language is not in the code with regard to that type of permitting an outside authority to come on in that manner. We don't have the rules or guidelines for that type of transportation. And there needs to be clarity or enforcement of the fact that there are burials on farm areas and probably even homesite areas. There is a question of enforcement. These are areas of concern that I have heard before, but it is good to have this discussion in that individuals or departments or elected officials need to be identified to address the issues such as the need for regulations with regard to bringing caskets onto the reservation and allowing for burial in private areas that currently do not have a permit or a lease for the plots. And I do think many of these questions may be answered with the work that Mr. Roderick Begay has done with regard to his regulations, the regulations that he has worked on. So I don't want to spend too much time on my presentation any longer. I think that Mr. Roderick Begay has a lot that he might have put in wording for solutions to some of these issues in the regulations. Mr. Chair, thank you. I think there are many more. We're going to run out of minutes on this great topic that we need to get through. Important topic. Mr. Chair, I will stop there.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khan, for that. There was 3 topics of discussion that was presented to us. Navajo Nation Code 13, subsection 1901, subsection 1951, and subsection 1953. We could move forward and allow Mr. Begay to do his presentations. Perhaps at that time we could raise more questions and provide some recommendations as to how we can move forward and amend this Title 13. Honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions before we move forward? I believe it could make sense if we allow Mr. Begay to go ahead and do the presentation at this time. Mr. Begay, you have the floor to do your presentation at this time.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, those in this room, and those on the call. It was just before the COVID-19 pandemic that hit in February 2020. We had a long RDC discussion in this very room about burial issues. The former department manager, Ellerini Yazzie, shared some information, and I also presented on that day. And after that day, we basically teamed up to try to create some burial regulations that would handle many of the issues that was discussed that day. And to my left here is Krista Thompson, an attorney within the chapter unit. She was a summer intern. She was still in law school at the time, who helped us draft the very first draft of the burial regulations. And it touched on every single issue that we deal with regards to burials, whether it's a cremation, whether it's, grazing this, a burial on a grazing area, or, outside funeral home seeking approval by some individual for burial. Chapters charging for burial plot fees. There were just so many issues that we talked about that day. And so these burial regulations were drafted with the idea is we're working with a 1958 law. Okay. Since 1958, there have been certain actions by former council committees or other entities. And I want to just briefly share some of that information up on the board or the screen here. What I'm sharing basically is that there are a lot of laws that have been passed since 1958 that deals with the use of Navajo Nation land. And so there's a general, or there should be a general understanding that every use of land requires some type of permit or lease or some document to say that, yes, this piece of land is authorized by some entity within the Navajo Nation for my use. So on the screen, I'm sharing, and these laws are not all in one place. We have the Business Site Leasing Act in Title V, the Withdrawal for Schools in Title X, and so rights of way, and all of these things that some of the laws that we look at when we're talking about the use of land. Now, thank you, Ms. Khan, for sharing the Title 13, because with regards to burials and cemeteries, that's where we're talking about cemeteries, okay? And so when we're talking about cemeteries, especially in 1301, 1301, as Ms. Khan mentioned, says any Navajo person, regardless of where that person has lived or where they passed away, they can be buried in a Navajo Nation cemetery. Now, as lawyers, when Ms. Khan mentioned it, how do we interpret that? Do we interpret that the way that council meant it in 1958? Or do we interpret it in light of the fact that all of these, laws that's been, passed over the years? And I just want to share a couple. So here I have next on the screen this 1986 Advisory Committee resolution talking about how we're going to protect the existing cemeteries. We're going to protect human remains. Unless you know about this, you're not going to find it. If you're, and so it's not in our title, in our codes, and so and so unless your department program, your grazing officer, your farm board member you know, all of the appropriate people who are dealing with grazing, well, I'm sorry, burial issues. If you don't know about this, then, you know, what guidance are we given to our Navajo people? Here's another one. In 1999, this very committee asked that chapters please start including community cemeteries in your land use plans. But if you look at many of the land use plans that have been approved by RDC, and this is just a recommendation, so it's not a mandate. So that, if it's not a mandate and they're not obligated to do so, you know, how do we enforce this if it's not a mandate? So that was, you know, and again, do you know about this 1999 committee resolution? If you don't know, then that could pose an issue. Here's another one. This is in the home site leasing regulation. And it's citing the 1999 RDC resolution. This says modern burial sites and graves are prohibited within the home site lease premises. So here's another Behazani that if you don't know about it, and if it's not out there, then it's, you know, it's up. And how is this enforced? I think the Navajo Land Department has been trying to get, you know, enforcement officers to make sure that this is complied with. So again, that's another one. And then in 2014, the Farm Board's plan of operation, that was amended. And this actually gives them the authority to protect burial sites. So again, it's another piece of law and regulation that it's piecemeal. You know, it's all over the place. And so the point I'm getting to here is, do we as lawyers interpret that 1958 law with the understanding of what they thought it meant in 1958, or do we start interpreting it in light of the committee resolutions that have been passed since then? And, you know, on the screen, like I said, Ms. Yazi and I, we started that effort immediately, just before the pandemic. And there was this general understanding that, you know, the General Land Department wanted to somehow issue letters to the funeral homes to, you know, provide some type of guidance. You know, are they all following the same regulations? What regulations are they using when they're performing burial services? And so when the pandemic hit, one of the thoughts and ideas was to implement some of those preliminary efforts that were done by the General Land Department and incorporate that into what was then called the Emergency Navajo Nation Chapter Plan. So in this plan, what we basically tried to do was say, you know, here's it, and I think it was pointed out before, you know, chapters, you know, do they, families couldn't afford, and the rate of deaths on the Navajo Nation, it was a scary time. And so, you know, how do these funeral services, how are they conducted? You know, these use of family burial plots, you know, just like Delegate Kealan Begay recognized, there's family burial plots all over the Navajo Nation. And 2 years ago, Miss Yazzie actually showed a map indicating how many were quote unquote unauthorized. You know, there's no lease or there's no withdrawal or there's no request to use that area for burial. And so, these were some of the guidance that we tried to incorporate. And one of the things that we did here was say that if you're going to have a family plot, then you need to go to the land department and seek and start the process. We weren't requiring a full lease. We were just requiring families to start the process for the land withdrawal and work towards the lease. That way it doesn't delay the burial. So that's how we try to accommodate that. And again, mind you, we're working with a law that was issued in 1958, right? In 1958, they didn't know there's going to be a COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. And so it was really hard to try to provide legal guidance with regards to burials. So, so I want to start out with at least that introduction, and before I get to my presentation here on the burial regulation. So on the screen, I have the latest draft, and the idea behind this was in Title 13, it says basically that either RDC or NAVI can delegate some of their authority. And two, that RDC or NAVI can create regulations. So using that as a basic premise, the idea was, let's create a comprehensive burial and cemetery regulations using Title 13 as a basis, because Title 13 is very, again, it doesn't answer all our questions. So this regulation was basically the next best idea to address burial issues. So here is the general, the sections. There are 12 sections. And this draft has been shared. You know, we had a prior work session, again, as well with RDC. Also in 2021. And And so this draft has been shared with the DOJ Natural Resources Unit, been shared with Mike Colonna, and it's my understanding that it was presented to some of the district grazing committees. And what we were trying to do was solicit some comments on the draft. And let me go through this draft really quickly so that everyone, at least even those that are on the phone that can't see the draft, will have a general understanding of what it contains. So again, the draft starts out with general provisions. It talks about what the authority is, which is the 1901, 1951, and 1953 sections in Title 13. And then the purpose, what is also to protect and preserve all Navajo Nation cemeteries. And the regulations are meant to apply to everyone, individuals, organizations like churches and chapters, and actually any entity that provides burial-related services. So those funeral homes that come onto the nation, and so forth. And it's not like any other state or county or, any other municipality that might have their own burial regulations. This was meant to say this is the Navajo Nation's burial regulations. Okay, and we have a few definitions. Now, if you look at Section 2E here, what is a cemetery? Now, here it's any place dedicated or not, used for the permanent internment of human remains. Now, this is written in a way that it captures everything. Earlier we were talking about what is a general cemetery, what is a memorial cemetery. These regulations are trying to clarify what a cemetery is. So hopefully, I was hoping that would offer some clarity, because again, we're trying to work with a 1958 law. We don't know what council meant way back then, but if we clarify that and say that this is a cemetery, whether it's general or memorial, every time you're doing a burial, that's what it is. So here, one of the other definitions here is family plot cemeteries, which means a parcel of land withdrawn and recorded by the Navajo Land Department, specifically for the purpose of serving as a cemetery for an individual or an entire family. Again, I think that definitions like this will help. Hopefully it'll help today's conversation with regards to this topic about private cemeteries. So that's another thing I wanted to point out in the draft. Now, if you look down, go further down to even define what a roadside memorial is. And this regulation draft deals with roadside memorials. But here, designation of sites. Now, in Title 13, it says, right, the government services designates those sites. But there's also can be a delegation of that. So here, what we're trying to communicate, again, is that every use of land needs to have some type of permission. And so we're talking about here at Title 16 and subsection B here, we're informing the entire Navajo Nation. Here is the basis of these regulations. In subsection C, here are the different types of cemeteries. Now, in 1901, it says Navajo Nation cemeteries. So did they mean, Navajo Nation, that cemeteries that are only created by the Navajo Nation government? Or another interpretation is it means every cemetery that's within the Navajo Nation. So, you could get two lawyers in a room and they could argue all day about, what it really means to, Section 1901. But let's not do that. Let's just clarify. Here are the different types of cemeteries. One, cemeteries owned and managed by the Navajo Nation, which includes cemeteries that are managed by a chapter or a group of chapters. Some chapters are combining their efforts to create a community cemetery. And so we wanted to at least try to acknowledge that that's happening and clarify that that's okay. And the second type of cemetery is a cemetery owned by religious organizations. And then the third one is acknowledging that Navajo allotment cemeteries are under the management of the BIA. And then we're recognizing that old 1986 law here, unrecorded and archaeological cemeteries, how we protect those. And we recognize that even if it's for an individual, it is a cemetery nonetheless. In this next subsection 5, there's family plot cemeteries. Again, this gives more clarification about what those are and how are these administered. So, for example, the draft says that the family shall designate a person to be responsible for administering the family plots. And that designated person applies for a land withdrawal. Oh, another regulation that I didn't touch on was the land withdrawal designation regulation. Those are also relevant to the discussion. But anyhow, this would include new and existing family plot cemeteries, and Under C, the family drafts a family plan of operation. So that's under C. Under D, they are the sole person to authorize a burial. And so obviously they would be the ones that would be handling the dispute within the family. And if any individual has an issue, they can file a court action. So, these are, to me, necessary guidelines, because nowhere in the code, nowhere, anywhere, does it provide this level of guidance to families and individuals who want to have a family plot cemetery. Under D, there's the establishment and expansion of cemeteries. Again, I think here we're trying to recognize also that some of these cemeteries might, whether they are new or you're expanding to an existing cemetery, these are the laws that apply, and individuals or entities, they must be aware of some of these guidelines. So, and also recognizing that whether it's the Navajo Nation or chapters through their land use plan planning committees, that need to create zoning ordinances, because again, cemeteries are unlike any other use of land. I know, and I remember that the expansion of the Fort Defiance Veterans Cemetery gained a lot of opposition, and even though there were plans to put up trees and make it more, if you go off the Navajo Nation, you can see how elaborate some of these cemeteries can look, and try to meet the aesthetics of the area, and so that's but the point being, in that scenario, I know there was a lot of opposition, and so those can become issues. This next section talks about roadside memorials. Now, the very first draft of these burial regulations did not have roadside memorials, and to me, as an attorney, I think it's a policy matter whether we want, as a nation, to allow roadside memorials or to regulate roadside memorials, because some of these memorials are big, and the states around us, like Arizona and New Mexico, have certain practices, and you see that. Utah is probably the most restrictive, but they still allow it. So how much restrictions do we want to put on roadside memorials? On the traditional side, we know that it probably shouldn't be allowed. But we see them everywhere. So do we, if we prohibit it, who's going to take those down? Do we just, instead of prohibiting it, do we just regulate it? please don't make it too big and distract the drivers. So this is, these are all policy matters that I think need to be discussed by not only RDC, but, again, the committee members, and, farm board, not, if you're seeing this for the first time, we may need your comments and solicitation, but we include it in the draft, in the final draft, just to open up the discussion. Is this how you want to regulate roadside memorials? There's pre-existing ones, and then there's regulations if people are going to create new ones. So again, there is no law in the Navajo Nation for roadside memorials. So whether we prohibit entirely or regulate it, I think we need to do something like this. The other sections, hazardous, non-conforming materials, those are some of the things that we saw in some of the state regulations, so we added it here. Moving on to section 4, we have maintenance standards. If you look at some of the burial sites, who's going to enforce how it looks, how it's presented? When you're doing an actual burial, how far do you go? I don't think we don't have a law that says how deep that they should be going, how wide it should be. Do we allow the use of burial liners or not? What about the grave markers? There's a lot of burials on the Navajo Nation without any grave markers on there. And so it isn't until later that we discover, oh, there's a burial here, and we have to bring out whether it's HPD or some other entity to try to deal with what kind of burial site it is. So if families aren't doing grave markers, then they have to be almost told that if you're going to do this, anybody actually, not just individuals, but we're talking about churches and chapters, you have to have a grave marker. Cemetery standards, how clean they are, the roadways, the in and out, the receptacles for, flowers or, what have you, old flowers or, just some of the things that we see that other jurisdictions are considering in terms of cemetery standards. Do we want to bring the similar standards here to our cemeteries? Some of the prohibited behaviors. You look at again, I believe we're just trying to create more clarity. Don't drive. Don't drive into a cemetery, and go off-roading, basically. Some of these laws seem to be very common sense, but you'd be surprised that some of these laws are actually necessary. And so the use of motorized bikes or recreational vehicles, cats and dogs, unless they're they're needed for health purposes. So again, you can see here we're trying to create some prohibited activity within these cemetery areas. Section 5, it talks about cremation. And here we wanted somewhere that says you cannot spread cremated remains within the Navajo Nation. It's always been a policy of the Navajo Nation, but I think that that in the first instance has to be recognized. Secondly, I think it's going to be a policy decision whether cremation is even going to be allowed within the Navajo Nation. Again, the actual practice of cremation. Here, all we're talking about is cremated remains. I'm sorry, we're talking about both. Under A, we're saying we're opposing it. But if that's within the Navajo Nation, but it's up to the family members, is how this draft is written, if they want to get a cremation off the Navajo Nation. Under B, do we want to, well, here it says we're not prohibiting cremated remains to be buried on the Navajo Nation, but there are regulations for that. You still go through the whole burial regulations in terms of any of the burial standards. And cremated remains, just to clarify, it has to be buried within a cemetery. Again, we have several different definitions of what a cemetery is. And then as we go further down, the grave standards is what I talked about earlier, the burial of an urn. So these urn plots, what do they look like? How far, how deep do these have to be buried? They still have to have grave markers. So that's what's talked about here. And again, I think that it's a policy decision how much our leaders want, or our legislators want to keep or add to. But this is a draft. Here on the exhumation of interred remains, we basically included it because, again, it's in Title 13, but we wanted to have individuals not have to look at that 1986 resolution or, RDC resolution. We want everything to be here in terms of this issue. So that's the reason why we included here. Burial, chapter burial and cemetery policy is Section 7. Now, chapters, as we know, are entities of delegated authorities under Title 26. None of us pass Title 26, but all of us here in this room and on the call, we still have to deal with a law that was passed 24 years ago. I didn't create that law, but yet I'm often criticized for trying to implement what the drafters intended that law to be. Now, if you look at Title 13 and compare it to Title 26, my question is always, did Title 26 amend Title 13? And that's always a difficult question to wrestle with. So instead of trying to say, well, it did or it didn't, let's just expressly delegate to chapters the authority to receive a burial plot fee, to charge a burial plot fee. So that's, one of the purposes here is just to again, this is all about clarity. Everything here is about clarity. And so here, some chapters are charging over $1,000. Delegate Ellen Gay earlier mentioned $300. And I know that some of these fees on the outside of the Navajo Nation, they're used to maintain the cemetery. They're, because obviously chapters don't get any revenue to maintain these cemeteries. So one idea is to create a suitable fee to allow the chapter to maintain those cemeteries. So what is that amount? We have a 60% unemployment rate. Most of our families are in poverty. I don't know. The first draft, it was blank on the amount. But, I think over the past year or so, I think the suggestion was $150. Again, I leave that up to our legislators and leaders, and if you receive other comments from those on the call and everybody in this room, I don't know what that amount is, but right now the suggested amount is $150. Again, I want to repeat, I did not put in $150. So it has been suggested $150. I leave that up for further discussion. So again here, as you read down through the draft, talks about burial and cemetery policies by the chapter. There's no guidance here. What has to be in a burial policy? What is the minimum thing the chapter needs to have in the burial policy? So we've created a basic outline about what needs to go into that. It's listed there. Again, recognizing zoning and land use plans in the 1999 RDC resolution. They should be planning for these things. That's on the chapters. Section 8, it talks about disputes. Now, this is where I think those of us that deal with burial issues on a weekly basis, today it's actually handled by a lot of different people. Where's the authority for that, and how do we deal with that? So here, one of the ideas that I came up with was if the burial issue affects a grazing right, obviously the grazing official can facilitate that and can make a decision, help make a decision. And whatever that person's decision is can be appealed to the Halona here. So that's a basic due process here for burial issues affecting a grazing right. In accordance with the 2014 law, we added the land board and farm board. Because again, I showed you earlier, they're responsible to protect burials. So in addition to that, one clarification would be if, similar to the grazing, if it affects a land or farm board issue, then they help facilitate the decision. And their decision can be appealed to the and thirdly, if it doesn't follow under one of those two, then it can be administered by the chapter president. And here, it doesn't go to Mike Colonna. You know, if the family still disagrees, then the family can file a court action, the appropriate court action in a Navajo Nation court. And then, Mr. Colonna here would be for any other types of disputes, not under the three listed above. He would help facilitate decision, and his decision could be appealed to the Office of Hearings and Appeals. So that is an idea of a framework, because again, today we don't have any guidance or direction on how do we deal with these burial disputes. The last section talks about communicable diseases, and this was in light of COVID-19. You know, just as a general matter, you know, we follow guidance from the Health Command Operations Center. So this is just basically recognizing that if there's a death involving a communicable disease, you know, we're going to seek out their guidance with regards to burial. And the last three sections are just the standard, no waiver of sovereign immunity, severability clause, like if somebody disputed this law or regulation, it went to court and it was only one part that the court said it's no good, then the rest of the burial regulations are still intact. That's the purpose of a severability clause. And here on amendments, and as Ms. Khan pointed out earlier, the Government Services Committee could be NABI, or it could be RDC alone, and actually it could be both. So again, it really depends on how we decide, you know, who that entity is. So here on amendments, it could be RDC alone. So again, that's up for further discussion. So, Mr. Chair, that concludes my presentation on the draft burial regulations. In the 2021 leadership meeting, one of the things that RDC recommended was to get further comments. I never received further comments on it, but again, if we want to solicit further comments to the draft, you know, we're open to it, you know, and right now it basically incorporates, this draft incorporates every single comment that we had received thus far since this draft was completed in early 2021.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Begay. Would like for you to provide a rendition in Navajo now. We certainly appreciate all that you presented and just sitting here in front of you, following along on my surface here. I believe that Ms. Khan, is the legislation drafted and waiting for RDC's final decision for the recommendations?
Mr. Chair, we do have a draft that was actually submitted by Department of Justice with regard to this legislation. And with regard to this type of legislation, the body of the resolution usually includes reference to the exhibit, and it's the exhibit that would have all that Mr. Roderick Begay has outlined. That and so essentially it is essentially ready to go, but he did point out some areas that needed further clarification, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So any one of us on RDC can sponsor the legislation then?
Yes,
okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And honorable members of RDC, we will take a lunch break at 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock for an hour, and we have approximately 40 minutes to make comments and questions. Okay, we'll go to the grazing officials or land board. Do you have any comments or questions, Nanda? Honorable Daniels, you have the floor. Welcome. Yatepan. Honorable Daniels.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't know. I see by here by Yaki. And the whole given Papa. At the local level. I see the Alita. A set on niche or at the niche. The rate burial to that eggy. And the rate you can't check on the rate they have family plots. I don't know family plots are curiosity to have Lincoln. So ilakita Balia Bonet Zala Jota Baban Saki Baban Saskizo Hodo Adokadon Rata 7 and Leniki I see for a Yanakan Lakodo a cockle a Yasiki Kododa on the Sigi Kodos over Saski Kodo Rata the mortuaries eight that right other but not unnecessary. The top of Hanet Johnson or Baban Saski ago. A Cocodona rate I know we have family plots. We have family plots, and some of these are allotted lands. For that, ego so I see a lot and all that. I couldn't very allotment to give you on that. I'd say it's a taggy at the snap down Kaya. So 8 Halita or nation so Halita that these nations from about first case but so the rate so got it Higgy died in a very mortuary though. I read that he get on a quite a bit neighbor to as that again Halanaho. I don't know quite on a very great an official AIC Ecuador his on it quite now you also you know. You get a hot either not and a call. So Halita adores Nisa Quado, I don't know Quadona Gaida, Oyabis, Gaida, 2016 home site lease regulations. 8 of his local, there has any illegal burial that the macaw. first offense, second offense, out of a cargo, I don't know the fees, the penalties, eight out of a cargo, eight out of that, outside that, like years, so it is, I think that, sweet on this, Mr. Chair, I don't know, Bevenant, she's at the East, I don't know, Eastern Land Board, I don't know, farm board, she's at the East, Ada what in a way that should say and that this morning a call on a way that echo I don't let the way your dad's neck on a way burial at these farm areas. I don't know burial at these grazing areas called K high to be down that on that cargo or that it's easy na sabi is one dal na ako o isa o iba is on daan na sa ho ako kaya ba no da iba ya da kisa ho I don't know ko do so I see ba ya just kid nin de ko do na gaida hi o labi na labi da ho da egi no way ho da egi do ba ya just kid nin de ko do but the guy that this state holds the I see could and how given us that by yes kick as a did a corner guys can I that's on the radar in the radar your does now bananas this in this kid tweet of three bananas and days and until they are easy and I added how I would try to date the car. I don't know the things current. I did Canada there. What the well season later, I don't know the radar. The skin I the radar, all the radar is up there. It'll die in the radar. The radar could be it. Yoda, now what that season later. So that in a way, I'd quick seen the Jagago there. That's it. That just has a very burial, but I don't know what on a gaida, the gaida, how one that what up now, okay, how 1 day later, what I see that way, the gaida, how she can have now one eat, then it's out, eight or then there comes if 1 8 or so. What echo so the great house are go the great that Navajo nation are question what one not so that ego the same could either Navagia this Kitona could Navagia dos Kikoto dam so not out of Senegi Bevenant adult land boards as so on Neligi I see Koto agent hit that it on Anakoto every day no a Koto e Nikinan is innocent Koto especially during the COVID got on 2 years. I see the best state na len ko the Queensy family plot that has link ko Ecuador the great even though the great communities they have a community cemetery in the Ecuador the great asati ko the family plot ko those nation that yeah that's ko family members and leniki I don't know ko say down the hall yeah ko ele khita in that one nesla called the great land withdrawals that eggy for the great burial family burial plots that eggy because so a cocoa what they call a coast so an acre that has the great not so seen to hate edoless and the great so that's another your kid or let's so what they call and that is the rất là cái tôi cái họ thì rất là không để đạn thiên cái đó and that is there go so it is also bahas itu cái đó rất là nhiều cái nào cái đó thì cái nó I don't know cái đó là cái đó DOJ Mr. Roger Brigade cái là hấp dẫn cái đó ai ya bảo này là cái rồi lại cái này yêu khá là cái đó behas anh ấy đã cái so it is cái đó I don't know cái đó Mr. Chair, I apologize for getting on late. The Navajo Hopi Land Commission as though that what he asked this morning. So it is about Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Mr. Begay, could you address the allotment lands that Honorable Daniels has concerns about?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Delegate Daniels. This is probably a conversation we can have with the BIA. I think that it's, if we had an open dialogue to try to address some of those issues that we have, especially because we're doing this effort, and see if there are rules or if they have something that might be consistent with in addressing some of those issues on allotted lands. You know, it's something that we can, you know, I would recommend maybe RDC reaching out to the BIA to talk about some of the burial issues. The one thing that I didn't feel we could do in this regulation is extend our, how do I word this? Impose upon the allotment, because they operate under different rules, and so these regulations are more talking about our fee lands and our trust lands, which we completely have authority over, and it's different on allotment lands. And so that's why I suggest reaching out to BIA with regards to Delegate Daniels' question. And he also brought up something else about some of the traditions that we have, which I was also raised under that, and it's uncomfortable to talk about some of these things, but that's how he's talking about how it's our responsibility to provide some of this guidance to our people. You know, that I think I see it from that framework, because we're dealing with this again all the time, these issues, whether it's a chapter unit or the DOJ Natural Resources Unit with Urban Chi and Black Hat. You know, we're constantly dealing with burial issues. So, you know, one way or another, we're dealing with burial, and something that we probably shouldn't be, or they say that we shouldn't be talking about. And one thing that we didn't include in these burial regulations is traditional burial. It's my understanding that the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission is working on traditional burials. And so I don't know if we want to incorporate that effort, or, you know, is that going to be a separate effort? I'm not sure. But I did get a call from a representative from the Human Rights Commission 2 days ago. And I think they did have a meeting yesterday about this very issue. So it was something new that I learned about. And so maybe inviting them to the table as well. Be a suggestion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gay, for your response. And I don't think at all allotment lines. BIA is going to get on the call and respond to Honorable Daniel's question. And one of the sensitive issues, concerns raised were traditional burials. Human Rights Commission that's behas ane bik istkito leilish andish adal enigit adal indo leil Akurat ego bahodol zaniki tenepepe o tlankishi benacha at ego ban chahas case do later do aja ako Eishin Quagishi Anant Akrosa Navikiat Kiko Hut Endi Yeda and Nehikishi Han Sagoshin Yeda and Nehiki Hut out do lesson Sandini Goshin Haji or Topet Edo Les and Anasiniki. So moving forward, BIA, are you on the call now?
On the call yet, Chairman.
Okay. We'll wait for BIA to get on the call. Shanant, honorable members of RDC, do you have any other comments or questions? Etten Goshin, Kodo, grazing official, land board, any comments or questions, Shananta? Etten J, please identify yourself.
Good afternoon. This is Roland So, Chinle Agency Grazing Committee Chairman. I have with me Chinle Chapter, Black Mesa Chapter, Blue Gap Chapter, Telani Cottonwood Chapter, Pinion Chapter, Whippoorwill Chapter, Nazlini Chapter, Sailing Wheatfields Chapter, Round Rock Chapter, and myself with Many Farms Chapter here. We're listening in. Some of the comments here, and I want to give the other agencies and districts a chance to speak too, so I'll try to be as quickly as possible. Oh, hayub sned ne shohut anigi enni dikana kinach kut alnasnin katesnigi hidanero you istin ako so the ato honed not the nan hit kidney hit ni stande rehol ste Sahara bach it hat ah sahada santa hat lende kare to the lada sling oh ako April 16 2020 yeah dan kodo Roger Begina so sayi A8 benist adil khal kode A8 hasin sagon hikaal wat ako ede nebet khil ego inta ayot an hotzado ne aban has angot yosli Saho some community cemetery the Hadlon for example kodo pan testoli Chinle chapter the community cemetery Hadlon there's plenty of open space there. Nana, the same community at Del Muerto community, they have a cemetery which is almost to capacity. My point is like Chinle chapter, the community cemetery, as Jean Hodlodo has on the Abakaya has on the Abipekaya Hante Danigo Ada Hadayini so Yada Hadneta. Ape ad de Nana chapter do back ho yita yoke the alaye at the weekend. Eco enforcement yiki couldn't receive sound. Crash enforce little less couldn't his policies anigi. None yego. Nishikaya because they need o acquainted other than Shigin sa. And Bebenant and Lini Codon his song, what non the slap a car, none of eat to cut all a ya, Nahaloines echo. That the Habanan it, so that over his army in another nehon kitchen, another ne, they see ban not an is tindo list to the no Koroya yet as kid. Aro ot lohek eho, stores and Beso da zan hunters to also content is to this stances. Outlaw the Chelsea in the Jojo Corn that has taken Kodosan and Herman Daniels and but has heat and a hot echo. They by Obayat in the Bahas tea. A codidi Joe, as he hot Obayel tea to the Badahas tea. Diego the honey, he said, a hot ego, ya the whole Jesus. According to hold the statement, he has not all the law. The region leader, quite a whole no quite has link, Kayapa has link. And it's a law simple phone that the Babylon I had a simple on the Shodon. Could Sahodno Kayapa caught Sahas link had no Saturday go your head now. Artist little what needs a law because need or sisters little what on the day it's the Hikato. Again, Lenny corners need the Babylon source out of the so out of the phone, I don't know where this is. Oh, what either did or that. So now, quite is a card, what has it out, and this is never Babylon source out of the phone net. Those says it on us card. Dodo Kaya hat, so the hat, I could net on this. As sudden, what say to is Nahona case bedini. Die alte snipper has tigi to el ini to sansalani behastrio. It is not kido the nebiknekes to esteho wago nahas kre. Yeni yes as le ado zada. According ahisne, Hesh enforce a little this ad hotego policy liago. Ora tun hin hitch nana net don't hear. Jo ajda banada nil tinda tdo le jo toiness eho. Arguing that the policy beyond us to the disputes the car could or Mr. Begay Yilka. Section 4 disputes gonna local grazing official decision ido lishneya. The rain hinke has ani be gonna moderate il Hat egitan hui ahi na hadon judgment edil nihigi. Don Happe has ada Sunanta Haida Tala has been Hodit Ashit, Sedon Haslada, the Bebenantani, Kliniki. Recommendation il Bureau, but Edo that Navajo Nation, but what on Hinan is the Hasla. The Nedo had Akoko, a Naskit, a call Quaggy, do Hasin Sogobe, Nahot. Arwin dita o khahatzotol this hokodol need land designation when the cargo ne quaggy sailing wheat field ge dina kheda yizena haslat or bedlazli quaggy na hodot asnes nan has to go 10 acres would need this gene the kaya ato hatzota di don't do yego nan tagoba da whiskey. But in the hunt, as Zakaya hunted, and not the Behadot Zoto, but not Bentol, it all said all needs the Andito Hotel, the hotel, Codon, and in out the tap. Of course, the babies in the hotel, wheat fields. 4 years at all, Kaya Hagi Zota, Kaya, not so satisfied, I thought you let us see. This straight out, but you're between the Hunta, Oda, Tego, so Edo, Nanta, even in Nan later, and did Nanda, he needs a hotel. Untitled Chapter be family plot, not kick or hot zo, Ohozako. But policy, Gishin hate, our Hedilla. It's a day she does our policy had that he get the house on Shiate. The Kodon Nadan Lenit Equenta he needs to this Kodoi Kahaki that he did no. As so had a niso that oh, I use Neldo this Nebnas of a cow at the Hondi Yazako, Honshadako Sneldo. Hard see the Kuti Nached had so cat at Hina, Tahota Aho Teen, the Haishib, Tahotot Asa, Conhot on has argo beneath at the whiskey or this store. Aro the family plots of the Ninigi, the Nan Linigi to Ahot or Hisnal Nesta. So that is in not econ. As that Asahatu as in the Asa a might Andri Aso Asa sa yan the econ. A less yan chile. Accord I thought I could the family plot with the Untitled Chapter be yet. Neo Yehendlen Edo Eo Yehetla, Wedo Quen or taste as Zansi Conhastion of Lond, Hardeshin, Jagad are condoled, that he did know the Yana Cree. deepening policy do she plan of operation the hodloniki ask ego yego ask for baat ego out ego are in the family members had or tesho days into the it hot an in the tail hard she can't easily the hard sin ras could the Nal society behind the hotel. A call, hey, you see us zindo. Now, kill Zinigi, that's a chapter up by public is the head of Behos, the no hey that Zago, Arab, because enforceable Nago chapter that's upon Naslado, the Spitzy Conant or Dash, or hot out of a cow yard, Aro the family plots. Dobada hayada nishiba ahuni zin kude. The markers da bdi nini pahta ten. Kheshina strol. Ba the bekebet ba jagaho kon the ding got the nena strol. This e yan tata nishe kodo yeda znita. The quigo da hot off for the nada the hot in digi. The very many farms the hot also family plot no bani ya. Chask Guya, Tunda Naki, to the Badas Kisto. Chris ya, ye large Nash Kato, is it feasible? Basquans, hard that your cast the Kuna 18 as now either not house and shadow this. Chris large Nash Kato this. Nana Tunda, Naho, quite edo Tala, quite Tuna Nasha hard the Hado, Ospakado, the don't need a large kato, this family plot had aho. The family plot money Yaniki Chesk Equia, Dingo Has Jela Kagon as a tiniki, Kat isn't let that in it as Gaylan Leguya, who Zahuya, the next Jolan. Dido Bada Hayada. Oh, Taniki Ade Hai, the Hitcha, the Haila, how what the name Dawsa is a enforce that idolish. Oh, that ego, but Nancy Leon. Aro in the Benaz, Sato, the Jokada, Saito, Bendas, a coach is Belia Conas, Jolly, but the Yosho, Nihitsa, the Hanan. Let the Kuchipata and share Arjit, they witness the whole now. Kade Arich Elias, the Pegan, the Pesenta, Yol, Dan Hitchni got the Nen Hitchata. Dido Balaz upon that case of specification that the hot launch and does take create ego ebnas take all this. Though it's never go, if they are not his door, they so as Naka. The large one success okuda ego ko Diego nan akude appe etis ana do yat ehos nsida kesi leho do chohol ida leho esanj da di kaho do out da yos ida nehle aro religious own but the nenigi great church when big honas na ligi Ini zensen go khan sada case zensen hot end hot ne edota jota hit nigo hotego by a take Aro chapter charge this econtadness of teen for need the stosa the jagaho do need hate about the hayada so that aniki bahon sen she hoteko Edo to peso koroya hakin pedo to suddenly hate of Bada Hayando biki destiny the ad pesta hadi yosto pesenta yon hoda ego da aro the gay penta as tea that abogata who is the rich and need the ego sata out yo now keni yande Bekasile wouldn't at Hadaga joke hoda ego da ban sako Nihid the Najico 8 on this Edo on not the Hatna, it's 8 Bahayada, Hon not done even in is Zostaho, the great round rock at the Hazozla Saho Pitahuistado, Saho Ntahol Arwin Tadobiki, Destibinina, the farthest end, Yisjoligi to the Pantisjoligi, 15 feet, they betray your stasted or the run the Teskehati. Eaquita an Adamo or the Asata has Genoda, the betray your stasso. Do it is in Toya Halianda. So the Lago Ayado Chito, the Diego Benton Nishita. Family plots be Nasi Link with Nihadano Chaslan Nistide. He are the enforcers on Tatagato, a connect not Taho. Each chapter in Chinley agency, Shinkat were probably averaging about 20 to around 20, maybe even 30 family plots in each chapter section. That's 14 chapters. Land department, then the policy, half a mile, Sahab have more than a half a mile, not so snazzel. Crazy, no be Ananta. Deep in took case, Navajo partition land, the Bebanal Sosiki aton not Nito Ben. Aja the Bebanan Tad and Linigi, they would be the one to make the final consent. Be a quaggy, the Nanaho Neko. Aro do Heda Bohodnita do this Yegonanta or Behazani Iliago. As Johnson hit out it or least the Bebananta could it be nani dito this. So there is all Eliago. Ado another community cemetery. That Tralo A8A Yahuto Nido, Carsin Hashin and Hitoken Hinalika, Dojinina Chetahota Ata do listen down has ando this. Aro ad Bekasi don't see Nalclosi de Cate in Naban has Aban has Ago Kona Strolo, so hot out a ya the Nielsen store, Nikidana, Bear or Inch. But Yan Sake, so Yanal Nito Yakudent Zendo Lish Otego, Kaeza Ateni Kaho, Besna has Anho, Oko, Edon Haban Sakis, Sinantako, Dide, Yego, Be Nahoti got Hazor El Yago in Dita, Otego, Neja, Aru in the community cemetery, Hikoro in it, Zeno, community cemeteries, chapters, many farms, as Tago, consent sadlia, Abigaco, flood zone, where Obigata, Ashon, the Bebanal Sosigi, Tago, Salada, all three proposed areas, major flood zone, Obigata. The fourth one, Guna A Sabela as Leo Ani Yande, I Sasle Tadas, and Bikini Yatedo Bigata Quay Arc site, Nahona Sazadas Taste, Bazon Adoban Yahoban Gas, Ohoda, Ego da Epenich Kahota, Sinantako, Aro the Bebanant Ani, Lini Conchitel, Yizina was Nest Cemetery, Benia Community Cemetery, Kitney. The Bebanal Sosta Sosiba Yitaho, Enchni, Onchinas, Inchata, Hosatoni. Tony Ann and the Rambanat and later a Sansin Hit, Edodlish. The Rambatahita and the Sansin Hit, Edodlish, Sitni, Akas Tonaco, did that ego does eat, Ebadas he eat Essenanta, Zod Neba Iliado, Zonat Ani could, there has Ani Bice Kazo Dodo. Nails niet dat al is. Die de enforcement met die Ninigi, later de Nehegi, to Asitan Gray, funeral director bedient, mortuary day, Ajiki, Hashingo, Yago, she did on it. Ade the Khahons, the Nosobe has Ani Hulno, that Kaya has got the Tadobiga, the Lanigon, Higas zone, put out 8 on Nish. At a yakuded Asayas Zido, the Hatnani in Chilcheka, to Destiny than Hadlen. ade mortuary de behes ani ba adliago sa it's istati ge koko the keyahat zogrigi contenion ohot out ya nan stili non si ya han so da behes ani gibet ketodil nitsana ko has nan ta koron khawas agi other agencies since to koron hada hedot has nan ta.
Thank you very much, Mr. So. Appreciate your agency grazing officials from Central Rochin. Mr. Begay, there was a few concerns that was raised by Mr. So. The first was that he mentioned enforcement, also compliance. Disputes are not for grazing officials to decide on. There's no identification markers on burial grave sites. And our recommendation is that we should only have community cemeteries. I'm sure some Satoshia and Mr. Begay, your response, sir?
Nana, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and everyone in attendance. Those are all valid points brought up by Mr. So. That's why these burial regulations are very sensitive. It's not going to address all of the issues, especially enforcement. You know, the Navajo Land Department is supposed to have enforcement officers to regulate and enforce the home site leasing regulations, but it's my understanding they don't have the funding for it. So similarly, you know, even if we created positions to enforce these burial regulations, would it get funded, first of all, and who would it fall under, which program? Because we're talking about multiple departments and entities that are responsible for certain things. When you look at, I'm going to share. Oh, I was going to share. There's if you look at the plan of operation for the grazing committee and the grazing officers, it says that they are going to arbitrate land disputes and recommend action to be taken to the Office of Hearings and Appeals. Now, through these regulations, that was the idea. That's why the regulations are drafted in a way that if the underlying claim involves a grazing issue, that's where they're going to arbitrate. Arbitration is making a decision, and they can also recommend action to OHA. But here in these regulations, what we're saying is the grazing officials' decision recommendation would be appealed to Mr. Lona. That's the only way we're kind of detracting from what it says in the law in Title 13. But I completely understand the concerns about, how do we address this? How do we address these disputes in a way that will be attentive, because some of these burial issues go all the way to OPVP and to the grade council delegates, and we're being questioned. Where should this go? And so again, the burial regulations is still in draft form. If we want to designate a single entity to be responsible for all disputes, we can think about where that could go. We can eliminate farm boards and grazing officials. I have no issue with that. You know, I think that's the purpose of the discussion today, is to, you know, just apparently not all grazing committees received a draft. So Mr. So, thank you for your comments and concerns. With regards to your question about the family plots. It's really, I think that one way that the burial regulations, I guess, tries to address some of your concerns is those burial standards. Unfortunately, it's not going to provide too much guidance about some of the things you mentioned, such as burials within a waterway, or, you know, burials in just some areas that probably shouldn't have burials. And so, again, I think that when you look at some of those issues, it's really hard to deal with. But one of the things that I was thinking about as you were speaking was, we're all doing this already. There's already burials being done at the local level by family members. Even if we eliminated family burial plots altogether and just required everyone to go to community cemeteries, you know, how do we deal with enforcement of that? Is still going to be an issue. And again, I think that with your recommendation, this is still in draft form. If we wanted to eliminate family plot cemeteries altogether, then, you know, that's up to our leaders and our legislators. So I leave it up to them to consider. I think the purpose of trying to draft a burial regulation that incorporates all of the different burial issues, one of them being family plot cemeteries, was to acknowledge what's already happening. But again, if we want to eliminate that altogether, that's fine with me. We can just say family plot cemeteries are hereby prohibited. You know, moving forward. Again, that's up to leadership. So, otherwise, you know, you raise a lot of good points, and thank you for sharing some of those examples, because, you know, I could provide some examples that we deal with at DOJ, and we try to work with, you know, with the grazing officials or the chapter officials, council delegates, OPVP staff that, you know, might get a burial issue at their level. And, you know, if we don't have burial regulations to address some of these things, you know, it makes it hard when you don't have a law or some guidance. So that's all we're trying to facilitate. I appreciate all your comments. That's what I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Begay, for your response on this. I believe at this time we'll go ahead and go on our lunch break. We're going to recess for an hour, come back at, it is now 12:03. Perhaps by 1 o'clock, we'll be back. So we're going to go on recess. Come back and call in. On recess.
Are we back in the meeting?
Hello?
I'm waiting just like you. This is Stephen Key from Canada Farm Board. I'm just listening in, waiting.
Yes, hello, Stephen. It's Lucille Krause. I was just waiting too. I didn't know if they were having technical difficulties as far as audio and that. Well, thank you for answering.
Yeah. Talk to you later.
Okay.
Good afternoon. This is a delegate from Daniels. I'm back online.
Lucille, did you listen in to the first session this morning?
Stephen, did you hear me?
No, I didn't.
Yes, I did listen to, I think I missed about an hour of it.
To me, it's mostly related to Eastern Land Board and grazing. Only 2 or 3 times that they mentioned Farm Board. That's my observation and my own opinion. Seems that the chairperson already made the decision for everybody.
Well, I hope not. If we have a say, because to me, it also pertains to farm boards, whether we like it or not. And I would like to know how the procedure goes, because they're talking about the one thing they haven't really talked about was the register, where they register, the deceased, and then the transport of it. Right there, they have a lot of control. So my recommendation would be that control that part of it. Then that way, family plot because we have a family plot, and those on the state of Arizona, they're registered with the county, with the health services or something like that. So they have to make sure that it's filed with the state. So the burial ground, the opposition, they have to be filed with the state before they can move that person from A to B. So to me, that's where they should have some authority. They could do a resolution to the mortuaries and tell them that these are the only places that can be used, And if they have a family plot that is probably registered, I was looking at some stuff where it said they had private, where private meaning the family in that area. But we have a family plot that we have family members, extended family members that are buried in that area. So because to me, I don't think we really have a problem. We have a person, my older brother, that is assigned himself to make sure that everything's kept up. So, and who's being buried there. And to me, I don't see that there's a problem. I guess in Central, and then on that side, Northern, they have I guess Shiprock area in that way. They have a problem with that. Here, as far as I know, Western, as far as when I was a grazing officer for 12 years, I never really got into that, in that scenario. So, laws that they now, they're talking about enforcement too, right? And to me, the enforcement, it's going to go back on grazing, and then pretty soon, a farm board, so that's just extra duty for us. So I'm just saying that there should be, I don't know if the hospital does it, I don't know if the chapters are willing to be the register, or I'm saying BIA should be the register, because the RGKA, they have CIB, and then that has to still be recorded, and the county and the Social Security Administration, they have to be notified. I don't notify Italia, and Nana has Tanako and those areas where they have rest areas go. Sani the house Tanako ati clubchen da is yetne ato kara fatad no. That's another issue after the person passes. So so to me, there's other entities that need to be involved besides BIA. BIA should be the final, to me, to be the first one to be the register of the I guess the deceased, because they hold all the records. What up on this case? So, but it did sound like they were just from Chinle down. They were just talking about not having family plots. I guess they have a lot of problems there. I know we don't, so
Nana, Nandana Senegi, honorable members of RDC, staff, as well as land board members and grazing officials. We had a question for the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Ms. Angela Arvizo, are you on the call?
Good afternoon, and yes, I am. This is Angela Arbiso, the Deputy Regional Director for Trust Services at BIA Navajo Region.
Thank you, Ms. Arvizo, for getting on the call with us.
Oh, and
there was a
excuse me. I also have Cheryl Curley and Superintendent Sosi from Eastern Navajo Agency on the call as well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Curley, for getting on the call, as well as Mr. Lester Sosi, Superintendent. Ms. Arvizo,
Yes.
earlier there was a question about allotment lands, and people are having family burial plots even on allotment lands. How does BIA respond to these?
Okay, for that question, I'm going to defer that question to Superintendent Sosi.
Koshila, Superintendent Sosi, your response?
I don't believe that Superintendent Sophie is on the call.
Ms. Arvizo, we don't see Mr. Sosi on the call with us.
Can you hear me, sir?
Now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Sorry, I started talking. I forgot to hit star 6. So let me start again. I'm sorry, sir. Again, thank you very much for inviting BIA to provide some guidance. As you can appreciate, this is a very sensitive area of discussion, all the way down to the community level. We get calls sometimes from different clients and individuals that want to know that they're going to have their burial on Monday, and it's Friday now, and how do we address, the situation for the burial? Sometimes is the question that we get. Or that it's like this afternoon we're going to have the burial happening. So we get all kinds of inquiries like that. And just to answer your direct question, Chair, BIA does not have a burial policy. We defer to the Navajo Nation burial policy, or just CHOP policy, which requires all burials at Navajo Nation designated cemeteries. So this policy applies to allotted lands also. But here's a different option that's available for owners. If
Sosi? Mr. Sosi? You're disconnected. Is he still on there? Disconnected. Okay.
This Chairman Ness.
Yes.
This is Angela again. My apologies for the disconnection there with Superintendent Sosi, but what he was saying is that an option is available at Eastern Navajo Agency for the allotment owners, and that's to execute a lease designating and maintaining, and to maintain that lease. That lease would be issued under the 25 CFR 162 business lease regulations. And he is correct, the BIA does not have a burial policy. There were discussions in place prior to my arrival at Navajo Region. I will follow up with Mr. Sosi on that and see what discussions had taken place back in 2016, and maybe bring that back to discussions and to see how we can go about moving forward with the BIA burial policy. Thank you.
Ms. Arbizo, I'm back now. Sorry, got disconnected.
Oh, there he is.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Sosi.
Oh, I was just going to finish my thought, and maybe you covered this, Angela, but on allotted lands, there's always the possibility for allotment owners to come together and develop a business lease for a family cemetery if that's what they choose to do. Certainly, it would be under our regulations, 25 CFR 162, in guiding how that, what would be considered a business lease to be put in place. Some of the requirements might be how the maintenance would be done for that. But as far as I know, we haven't implemented such a lease within the Eastern Navajo Agency. So again, just recapping, we don't have a policy. We have had internal discussions on it, as Acting Regional Director Arvizo has indicated. But again, keep in mind, the enforcement related to any cemetery is under the civil jurisdiction of the Navajo Nation. We really defer to the tribe on some of these types of situations, including solid waste and now the burial. So just want to recap with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sosi. Mr. Begay, would you like to add anything to that?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, no, but I appreciate all of that information.
That can be part of the recommendation? Okay, good. We'll go ahead and open it back up for comments and questions to Mr. Roderick Begay's presentation. And Mr. Roland So did make a statement and had some recommendations and concerns as well. Before I go back to the land board and the grazing officials, honorable members of RDC, do you have any comments or questions? Then Goshin, land board.
Chairman Ness, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Okay, Honorable Chair Crotty, go ahead and you have the floor.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Chair Nez and the Resource and Development Committee members, with our DOJ staff and our attorneys. I appreciate it, and with our federal partners. Sir, I understand that Mr. So was speaking on behalf of Central Agency. If I could request, is there any type of documentation or resolutions that support that position? I definitely respect the different regional approaches when it comes to burials and understand the sensitivity. On our end here on Northern, there is conversations and discussions on how to support and assist families who want to withdraw for their family burial site. And so that would be important if I could see, if I could request any documentation, and also I know that our Northern Agency grazing officials are having some district meetings today, so we'll continue to have. Thank you, Chairman, I appreciate it.
So, Honorable Chair Crotty, are you asking a BIA for documentation?
Thank you, Chairman, as for the clarification, not from BIA, but in relation to the comments made by grazing official Roland So. My understanding when we came back from recess, BIA was going to answer some of the questions addressed. Or if I am not on the item on the agenda, I could defer my question and follow up to get that documentation from Central Agency grazing officials. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty, we still have on the agenda under C, the land withdrawals and private cemeteries, policies and procedures. that will be provided by Mr. Halona. And what we're also looking for is recommendations from leadership, from land board and grazing officials, as well as RDC and yourself. So I'm trying to understand your question, Honorable Crotty, as far as requesting.
Yes, Chairman Nez, let me try to clarify, and if not, we could defer to the end of the report. Thank you. It was my understanding that central agency grazing officials were recommending community cemeteries. That could be the question. And if so, if I could receive the documentation to support that position. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Roland So had stated at the end of his statement that we should only have community cemeteries because there's beginning to me a whole lot of scattered family burial plots everywhere where people normally graze their animals, their livestock, and it's beginning to infringe upon those grazing areas, and there's concerns, there's disputes because of it, and some of them, as we all know, are illegal. And we're trying to bring them into compliance to where a person designated from a certain family can apply for a land withdrawal through the land department as well, Honorable Crotty. But let me go back to Mr. Roland So. Perhaps he could add some clarification. Mr. Roland So.
Chairman, thank you. Honorable Crotty, I hope you hear me.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. In response to Honorable Crotty's question, county agency as well as District 10, District 11, and District 4, we are willing to come up with resolutions supporting that request. This request is on behalf of all the chapters that were here at this meeting this morning. As we were listening in, these were some of the recommendations that were brought up. That's what I brought to the table before you guys. And we will do that. Yes, recommendation on behalf of the Tele Agency 14 chapters is to make sure that only community cemeteries are utilized because they're not managed, they're not taken care of. Some of them can be, I mean, there's a lot of things that happen. There's looting, stuff going on out in the outlying areas. So many reasons why, other than just the dispute, future development, certain things. So we will have resolutions. I will make that assignment to the district. Thank you.
Mr. So where are your resolutions at from central agency?
Okay. This is the first time that we've joined RDC or any discussions. The draft policy was given to us not too long ago, within a couple of weeks, I believe it was. Some came in the email. So we're discussing it from this agency meeting. We will have those. I will make that assignment as chair to the 3 districts.
If you would, Mr. So, after the approval of your resolution submitted to leadership.
Will do. Thank
you. Honorable Crotty, do you have any follow-up questions?
Not at this time. Thank you, Chairman Nez.
Grazing officials as well as land board members. Ms. Mariana Kanyan Hasnedo, Roderick Begayan Hasnegi.
Hello, yeah.
Yes.
Yes, this is Robert Redhouse, a Sunspot State grazing official. Monday Tuesday the resolution from District 9, 80 illegal burial consent forms and from these mortuaries there. The grazing official done sini eben hiol ne sign that said and his no. Ado Khanas nel sanat lege eda tin his bukhata slewta ho naho hot old nisi adabe be not old no edi ayo ayo the report be naho what the toit and the hat eat at ask it down. Ako did I say hit this out even in our District 9 April yet dance I say glad that the resolution had a delia cornish a delian ishin sandacha. A quake a hit out of than harder or sizzle in a way but the house net or that they no. The mortuaries shipwreck or farming tangent or Cortez has job house now the what a quit Naho that is Naki Navajo reservation Bakai aid of his aunt unless they have the certification. What out there yet I don't know are they what out between us on Halan said NATO than he teach that I said that I then he changed can't even in the resolution daily, daily, it has in that job. As shown in height out and harder or safe here that the no District 9 do the Sunspot Rock Point Mexican water, do Sweetwater, do Red Mesa. District 9, Ado and then chapter doesn't supporting resolution they don't list the Catalan League. Although Northern Agency she's not all list. Although the Northern Agency Council she's supporting resolution. One is they don't list. It overnight this kid on that is a HOAD competition behind any it on his spells and other that's industrial a resolution, yeah.
Mr. Redhouse, Corona datos source. Of course, Betan Hadit, I had a reader Deschini, busy Lala, Leonard Brigade, Robert Redhouse, on the Tanjin Lala data resolution. We do have it on hand with us here. And it states, the District 9 Grazing Committee requests Navajo Nation Resource and Development Committee, Navajo Nation Land Department, Navajo Nation General Land Development Department, BIA, and Branch of Natural Resources to address the unauthorized creation of burial consent forms documents made by licensed operational mortuaries both on and off the Navajo Nation reservations to cease and enforce the land withdrawal designation regulation for all family plots. Mr. Redhouse, recommendations Mr. Redhouse.
Yes, sir. I saw it. I thought I on Mr. Roger Brigade as it had other units. These family plot now what others any this last short and Leniki a lay veterans administration are then this kid a high now what nasty high now what I say done the veterans last short Lenny Hall on the hardest in Washington that other than all source now hard to say now what I do say the plot number say e don't know I this kid even in the family plot to say it or double new that's it or
ako na hol ilan de again I just kid even in that ayo edi draft liya ki policies and procedures niki edi height ada hajobe hozeno da ze khweb da bakhaw da what out ya and so edi policies and procedures regulations family plot cemeteries behind niki eda da when I did kiddo only Veterans Administration aden also sa da yila eda height ada atahitsa what that's in so yet all head British asin so I don't say la days and it do shade ati some pastor and neda kudo such a card in snido but an ebashish chin a she the chain okay the chin another I don't honest what they could behind oh I had to by hands so this next year thank you.
Okay, Mr. Redhouse, Koroshi and Hegat Itai, not Hadot, Mr. Begay.
Yeah, Nana. Mr. Redhouse, on your question, the burial regulations, it applies to every person and entity. So if the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration or a veterans organization wanted to apply for and go through the, I guess the procedures as drafted, that's allowable. So I just want to reemphasize, based on your question, to everyone that we don't have a procedure right now. We don't have those types of guidance. That's why the regulations are written so broadly to try to capture everything. For instance, like issues like this, veterans specific. It'll actually be interesting to find out how the Fort Defiance Veterans Cemetery, I want what that procedure was. But the point being is, that this draft has broad applicability, and so it's up to the entity to create their own plan of operation, so to speak. I talked about earlier family plots and what their plan of operation might be. And so, it would be up to the entity applying for those cemeteries to determine what that cemetery is for. So there is some allowance is basically what I'm getting at to try to address your question, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that, Mr. Begay. So what we would know would be to find out how the Fort Defiance Veterans Cemetery has their plan of operation in place?
Well, I'm just saying it would be, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm just saying it would be interesting to find out what that, whoever manages it, what the procedure they went through in order to, and who administers it, how it's administered. That could basically serve maybe as a template or serve as future guidance with regards to Mr. Redhouse's question in terms of veterans, cemetery administration, and all those veterans issues that might arise regarding burial. So, here.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. Mr. Redhouse, Karoshi, the Sintan here got it. I not on Naji, a co Benitans, Kirikin, Veterans Administration, dead and Kitna, Hagi Lagisa, Baho, Bahat, Zogi, Din, his last tone, Neniki, Benite, Kitiki, Nare, Chahot, Soja, Salat, Sohan, Zagoshimba has, Yora Ednapa, Ediki, Hate Ara. But not Agi Halit Ayos was a gate, Doshin Beck of Air Husana, Eben natje geel sa hot out workheden de shin bekek hot on nail hot end hot at ege better hosen go shin dat da kodoba natje ana hot zendal lesen de jo eben ja corona hat ha hast edil nail ben ik do hot out an and I dos kid geben natje a ko ke Mr. Redhouse ka shin nas na na do les de khila sto na dish kid nasen land board grazing
Mr.
official.
Chair,
Yes.
Mr. Chair. Yananat A. This is Veronica Pabloso from Withdrawal Chapter. I do serve as a land board official. Ako ado shideya nake. I just have a couple of comments that I wanted to mention to this leadership meeting. First of all, I wanted to thank Mr. Roderick Begay for reviewing the legal guidance on the burial regulations. Although I also would like to thank the leadership team with the Resource and Development Committee and also the honorable delegates that are also present, as far as giving us the opportunity to go ahead and put in our recommendations and our input on this sensitive subject that we're talking about. Ashini kada nkimado nkijado nkichedo nkimasani ashi with yansita keso di kwa di bayati ega are you you know they tell us it's very sensitive but with all a bahunsen but going back to what Mr. Roland So had proposed and what his recommendations were, and then also what he had shared. And I just like to reiterate what he had mentioned as officials, as land board officials, grazing officials, and farm board members. We do endure a lot of these challenges that are unforeseen, but we still have to move forward with the family's requests and things like that. But Ani, what Mr. So had brought up, Ani, are you, for me as a woman, it's like I said, it's very sensitive. Akundi, we just have to move forward with that and guide our requesters with their needs. So one of the concern that I really wanted to bring out and recommend is the enforcement part. Hayla, who's going to be the responsible party for enforcing these regulations and guidelines? I know that we currently have, some issues that we encounter. For example, the illegal dumping, it's just, overwhelming for us. But that's something that we need to really think about is if we have these guidelines in place for the burial and cemetery regulations, we have to have enforcement officers out there because it comes to the point to where, we personally get, criticized about how we're not helping out. So ADKA, I would recommend an enforcement officer to implement the laws and regulations once the regulations and once they're established by the Navajo Nation. The other concern I have is we do Herpino chapter resides in the District 19 area, and we reside right with multiple land statuses, and those multiple land statuses consist of trust land, fee land, private land, state land, and BLM. So when we have these land statuses, majority of the time we do not have boundary fencing. So it's going to become an issue to where if we have families that are requesting for a burial cemetery, and if it falls in, right next to a BI or a BLM area or a state land, and then a trust land, it can become an issue. So I don't know if we'll be able to work with other stakeholders, like with the BLM and state land, because I know it's going to fall back on the land board officials as far as making that determination. So I think, and I think that's why it's very critical that we have an enforcement officer to work with these other stakeholders to prevent from, you know, these things happening. So those are the two items that I really wanted to point out. And then lastly, I just wanted to also mention the funeral home, as Mr. Begay had spoke about. And I think at this point in time to eliminate, you know, grief and challenges for our families that are enduring, you know, a death in the family, I think the funeral home should have a guideline in place and comply with the guidelines and share with the family when things are happening for the preparation of a burial for the deceased. So that's just kind of my concerns I wanted to bring out. But like I said, I believe Mr. Rowland so really touched on a lot of areas that that I had a few things that I also wanted to mention, but just to the sake of time and then due to the respect of my other colleagues that might want to share some information, I'll just go ahead and leave it to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. So. Mr. Begay, could you respond to the enforcement issues based on guidelines?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, and attendees. Enforcement, as I touched on earlier, it's a very legitimate concern. You know, I think with if you look at, you know, the way I look, you know, from an attorney standpoint, you know, we got to work within our budgets, and there's a whole bureaucratic PCQ system, creating new positions and funding those positions. You know, if we have the money, then I think, you know, that's what we should do. You know, that as an attorney, providing recommendations to leadership, that's a good idea. But oftentimes, some of these positions are not fillable, or there are just an array of issues that might come up. But, you know, so what we did in the regulations draft was try to rely on existing officials, the grazing officers, land and farm board members, and chapter officials, and the Navajo Land Department. But if there was support by leadership to create enforcement officers, that's the ideal situation. So, you know, that's, again, I think those are legitimate, viable concerns. And for now, those enforcement positions are not written in the guidelines. So whoever enforces it, whether it's under the existing draft or if we add positions, you know, that's the purpose, I guess, of this leadership meeting, is to solicit those comments, explore options, and see how it will work. So I'll take that, both your comments and Mr. So's comments. I took note of those, and we can continue to have that discussion with regards to enforcement. And then thank you for the other comments that you provided, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. Before we move forward, I would like to have my Vice Chair, Honorable Thomas Walker, introduce himself. And Honorable Vice Chair Walker, press *6 to unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hey, thank you, Chairman, the committee members, although the presenters, Yat Eko, although the listening audience also, everyone that's on the call. This is Thomas Walker. Good afternoon. I represent coal mine, Cameron and Loop, Talani Lake, Bird Springs chapters out in Western Agency. Although so good afternoon, everyone. Back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Vice Chair Walker, thank you for getting on the call. Mr. Leonard Gorman, are you on the call, sir? Mr. Gorman?
I don't see him.
Okay. Anybody from Human Rights Commission on the call today? None? We'll move along. Land Board and grazing officials, any other comments or questions?
This is Delegate James.
Hello?
I got a question.
Who's this?
This is Lucille Krause with Farm Board, Western.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, Yad Adnan, Kaya did the burial, Navajo Nation burial, the cemetery regulation, the other Bayadaski. I don't hear any additional chairperson to the council delegate, Honorable Thomas Walker. I don't hear none of the but anyway, the Bayadaski. After lunch, you guys were talking about, there was a recommendation by Roland So on having community cemetery. And in Western, with Tiba City, we had a discussion during my committee meeting yesterday. We're at the max, and we've been trying to extend the cemetery there. Across a lot of it, it goes back into pretty much into family plots, and they coal mine. They have a big area way back. 2010, 10 acres for veterans and community cemetery. I don't know how maybe they got that situated. I'm not too sure. Veterans we took out an area the service in the but I don't think it went anywhere. And I see it on Tuba City. If you look at it, we're kind of like at the edge of a bowl. A lot of flood zone, like where they had the old cemetery. Or you the bodies has so when I went to go visit my grandfather, I have no idea if that was him or not. So he's a person that you so then I guess what my recommendation would be to John Ray, when you're doing a family plot, a private if they're registered, I'm not really too sure how they go about after a person dies, but the remains, with the county, they have a county register. Does the Navajo Nation have that? what are a zondole if they have that, or what are a that entity would have a list of burial grounds, you know, since on we have our own. So just shnai logic extended family in the unique. So I just don't I would like to keep that open because a lot of people just are in remorse. And so just a lot of emotion goes into that. And the 12 years I've been with the grazing, I have never ran into somebody asking me, you know, like, like a dispute. But yeah. So that would be my recommendation if you can leave that open. Eastern, Central, if they want to have this community cemetery. None here to me, Western, I'd like to keep that open. That would be my recommendation for Western. But make sure that we file with the Navajo Nation. At least regulations so we can upkeep our own too. So I don't only trash na hat latin so it depends on how you value your land. Land management that goes into all what you guys are talking about. I don't think the role that name it on later has that CFR the page that lower record date page 32 that they can't be putting anything close to a water well or building anything next to it. Building anything would be also the cemetery or the burial ground. So I thought that has only been awesome. So but I know recommend Western Door or Western Navajo Board. Thank you. Go ahead.
Could you state your name again?
Lucille Segnitzel Krausen, Shierkia on in the Schlidot, Lazatana Bashchin, Sedishkishin Dashanaldo, Todichin Idashichi, Tonanes, Visitor AR Farm Board, Ado Daniel Williams, his grazing officer in La Ado. He should be on call. We also have Lula Nasosi, who represents Cameron Chapter, and then Herbert Zani, who represents Get Badaway. Ado Shea coal mine door to the city bar. Ado Hihatoli.
Thank you, Lucille. Mr. Begay?
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair, on the burial regulations, the draft, it talks about the family plan of operation, and let me read it word for word. It's subsection 5C, and it's on page 5 towards the top. On the draft, it says, the family shall draft a family plan of operation for the family plot that defines the administration of the family plot and records the names and decedents, which shall be made available to the nation upon request. I'm not aware of a entity that houses or registers decedents. So with your comment, I can look further into that to see if we have one, and if we need to incorporate that into the draft, I can do that. So, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. Sasha Naidos, Kid Adol Land Board, Dog Grazing Official, North Senegal.
Yat A, this is Yat A. This is Kevin Long here. The permanent left for through Kismar Lake and Baka. Ashihin Slodo Tanatini Pasichin. Twitching das Chedo, Alto Dasanale. I just want to say I like everybody's comments and some really good recommendations. Dide Bawint Inning Anni Ayisi Yego Bahastiot by Bayadalkito, but they need Ido Odlinil to Holon on this. Unlay Ashkida hun hit Nilan data nil said that Ado Arden that Kahe Ado by don't pay they not and a this Nadash Jolago Bahatzit with it Nilan Lake, but now we're talking about it. Some of the deals that I have encountered is enforcement only. We are going to need enforcement because here Eastern Agency we have checkerboard areas. One of the cemeteries that we got is on fee land, so that's going to be a good concern for some of the community members in the area. Although grazing require grazing official signatures to put a burial plot. It's unneat when people are going through their grieving process, and it's a real judgment call on one's behalf. And then a family plots that nindi they're gonna say put it somewhere, it happens. If it happens with a home site lease, what do you think is going to happen with burial plots? What do you think if it happens with grazing disputes? What do you think is going to happen with family burial plots? It does get brought up. It does happen. So like this community cemetery, it should stay that way. It should stay that way. So another recommendation that I would make is you guys are the lawmakers. It always goes back to the title. It says this in the title 13. Yeah, but titles can also be amended. So you guys are the lawmakers. We have to go by what you guys recommend. So, but our land board, when we're land boards, we just make recommendations. We don't enforce anything. And we do get criticized for that, not only from the community members, but the chapter officials too. We do get criticized for that. Our land board is not working with us because of certain issues. So Mr. Sohar said خلا should not شبك إندا نحليل شيء إندا أزلاو should not إشتانيل. So it has to go back to traditional beliefs too. Some of us are traditional, some of us aren't, and that is to each his own, however they want to believe. And the issue on cremation, I don't know what happened, but it's brought up now. So then they say it's back on the people, back on the family members that believe in it. But in the so if the family members are for the cremation, but the landlord isn't, and then he signs off on it, and in the landlord, if he's a believer, if he's believing traditional values. So so one of the deals that I would recommend is the RDC members create a cemetery board, Junlego County and city burials. They have boards. They have people that designate where people should go. You know, they take the monies, they take the fees, they take how much it's gonna cost to dig the plot. And another thing too that was being brought up is that other chapters are selling plots. Is it really allowable in Eastern Agency? Because one of our chapters is on fee land, and a while back it was community members Yasada Hasli because the chapter was selling burial plots on fee land. And are some of these fee lands withdrawn and designated as cemeteries with the counties? I'm not too sure on that neither too. So those are some of the things that have to be in question and looked into. Another deal too is, like I said, cemetery boards. If they have cemetery boards, like I said, they're the ones who can work with the land boards and RDC and the land department. And then I guess funding, it goes back to funding. There's no money for it. There's no funding for animal control right now. Andy, that's a big problem that we run against, that we run into, because if we can't handle it and there's no funding for it, and then it comes back on us. Land boards, they're not doing their job in Hiradotnis when, you know, we go through all of these and on a weekly basis. So and hopefully we do get to some kind of guidelines, procedures. How is this supposed to be handled delicately and efficiently for the community and the people? Hopefully some of the other land boards that have ideas and recommendations, and hopefully they speak up on these issues too as well.
Thank you, Mr. Long, for your concerns and recommendations. Data, traditional folks, farm board chilingo, why out lagiben nachin koko, ado benahatanas tragiben nachin, beliefs jot lanagi bik ekoko. Asha hot hot out trahaji chileko di human remains cremate eliago halado taran hitatna the nova henjiki Kroshin got it Ahishin Sato Nekado Losto Fit Arashinat Ahadot Mr. Begay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Earlier in my presentation, I covered the cremation area, and I had mentioned that the very first draft of the regulations excluded that part. You know, there's going to be strong proponents and also strong opposition to the whole subject of cremation. So what I can tell you though is at DOJ, we will get information about a request to spread the ashes. And we know that that's definitely prohibited, even if the cremation happened off the Navajo Nation. You know, there's these requests that come in, and so we have to advise that that's prohibited. And so that's in the draft. Now, going further than that is exactly what you're bringing up in terms of, you know, do we even promote it? Do we even promote cremation on the Navajo Nation, even if it's buried, even if the urn is buried? And that's where it's very controversial, and it's a very, very touchy subject. And again, I think that's up to leadership. So it's included in the draft right now. There is a section on cremation, but again, if we put that in, we are, at the beginning of the draft, we try to acknowledge that, these regulations are also sensitive to, but on the flip side of that, there's traditionalists, and then there's the modern, burials happen every day here on the Navajo Nation. So how do you accommodate those two spectrums of people? And that's very difficult. And so I completely acknowledge the concerns being raised about it. And so I think that's up to leadership, and I think that's up to everyone to try to provide guidance and their comments and concerns about. So we have acknowledged it. Do we want to take it out? And earlier I said, if we want to take it out, we can, and just prohibit it altogether the same way as roadside memorials. So those are things to consider, Mr. Chair and members of the committee and other council delegates who have joined us, and chapter officials, land board officers, farm board, and grazing officials, and all of you who deal with these burial issues constantly. So, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Begay. Nehuta Kwagi guidelines draft Eliagi Topakati cremation again. Sashin here a halno at then Gushin Hitchin Hodo Latina Ketko. Edo Dagoday Hakoro Department of Ag, but you had all Nilton Hitchin yet often a coin his spouse and all that data. Aro Kareha Honorable Vince James, introduce yourself and then your question.
Yeah, another chair, honorable
James.
Quite a shocking stop.
Honorable James. Honorable James. Nala. Honorable Vince James.
Hear me? Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Honorable James, go ahead. Honorable James. Oh, go ahead.
Another chair.
Oh, Honorable James, go ahead.
Hold on, let me go out the building.
Honorable James, we can barely hear you.
Oh, I think it's because I'm inside the building. Can you hear me now? I'm outside.
Yeah, go on top of the roof. Go ahead.
Okay. It's another sound. I get to then the members of RDC to Eastern Altsaki. Kodo tra on Adish Kidore Altsahiki ya Kodo the quiz kana she legislation next source for the Williams family plot and steamboat. It went through the whole process. The whole just our legal counsel, Shama Mariana Khan, aid or the work session do baya tie do bekedo unda jokot eko okoko khalid au aad aje nal sos al toni khadi khe jokot unda e kwaiki kot adi ne ako aita ato hade khe ta aita hot abaje hot e onsen ako kode the Williams families kot ye she hada ako haja la legislation ata a year le na social no ako ela hait hado ni ha late ikodo be na it neto le ako kwai gi sana dishkidole nana na kikone ya di that be cremation it's east the niki little ado the niki na honket nikidotsas ako di kwai ye go basa lon le ako shirkin da chi has anje ako don't lay down fluid rock did the neck the hat eniki ade ye hadatse had ishi benia ade ya nada sticha donde kodo ke da hajit ego donde kodon da de ho lay down fluid rock bakati hot aad it's east in the invitation the nege aje nalza not de sasoyana kai. There's a couple of families that are doing that. Is agent not on Hagata Childa Adal Quaiki. It's in Jokot Echo. I neighbor behind the. Do we have any stipulation or laws in place to not do that through the Navajo Historical Preservation Office or the fundamental law ado has ando that the family gi nal sospech kwaliao that's an kuido li chokot ko. So that's my second question. Nana tra kwana egi non Navajos. I thought that's what we're running into at the community cemeteries that we have. Halit out the non-Navajos in Lenigi, but not how come we're burying non-Navajos in this community cemetery? And we went round and round on that as well. From DOJ's perspective, we were informed that it is a community cemetery, so it's open to anyone because it's a community cemetery. The family that have non-Navajo in-laws went and moved and proceeded on burying the body at the community cemetery. Do we have any plans to address that portion regarding community cemetery? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable James. Di kodo atobelan leta o recommendations guidelines jigi hasht elna eben ya farm do land board do grazing official and linigi khalet ayan sikhes do khaila da don ni recommendations jigi asla hatelna bennache behas ani legislation sabe dana hadit ay qaradol nil egesipeniga. And I'll give some time over to Mr. Begay to respond.
Nana, Mr. Chair, Delegate James. You're touching on some very sensitive issues here. Especially with regards to non-Navajos, Joe, they are not non-Navajos anymore. So that can become a touchy subject in itself. And then there are non-Navajos who are not our in-laws, or, you know, and so, you know, do we start differentiating between those who we consider non-Navajos? You know, that's really a good observation question that I'm probably not prepared to answer right now, but I'll make it a point to discuss this with some of my colleagues, including Ms. Khan. So I'll take that question under advisement. Ado the Nebib has ani your question about, you know, with regards to cremation, you know, that's the reason why I brought up my comment earlier, is on the traditional side, it's not allowable. Just as roadside memorials probably is not allowable under our Dene ways of life. And so there could easily be a Navajo fundamental legal argument that shouldn't even be considered. It shouldn't even be allowed on the Navajo Nation. So that's also what I can acknowledge, and I can confirm that that's a viable consideration as we discuss the burial regulations. In saying that, you know, I also mentioned earlier that, you know, there are non-traditionalists who do believe in that, you know, so how do we as leaders, and for me as legal guide, you know, as a legal advocate, try to accommodate Navajo leadership and some of those concerns related to the traditional side of things and then the non-traditional side of things. And I think that's a very complicated discussion. And so, so again, I'll take that comment and question under advisement as well. And then apologize, Delegate James, I didn't catch your initial question.
The legislation that was drafted for the Williams family plot and the status of it?
That I'm not aware of.
Do you stand over here? Just one moment there.
The Williams family plot, it is waiting for legislation to finish drafting. Ms. Khan had some questions that she went over with Ms. Blackhat at DOJ regarding what Ms. Khan covered at the beginning of this meeting, the difference between the district delegates in the Veterans and General Cemetery. So it's just pending legislation right now, along with the Waterwell Cemetery. Williams Family Cemetery is 1 acre, and the Waterwell is half an acre.
Okay, Mr. Begay, I do have a question based on this that has just been brought to our attention. So if we pass this legislation, and this legislation only requires that loved ones be buried in a community cemetery, does it automatically void family cemeteries for a family to have their own private cemeteries?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, that's probably the legal effect of eliminating, or if you want to expressly say that within the regulation itself, that family plot cemeteries are not allowed. I would have to think further about what would happen to existing family or family plot burial. So, but moving forward, with the law, on the legal side, you always think that a law that's passed looks forward. It doesn't look backward. So it would be no more family plot cemeteries when the legislation is approved moving forward. So with regard to the effect of what happens before that happens, then that's something I probably would need to think about further, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. McGay, for your response. We do have in the room here with us from Standing Rock Grazing Official, Land Board, Mr. Clinton Jim. Introduction, yes. Yeah, and Yahaki.
Yat Ishnant, I, Aro Quen Hani Yahaki. Later in Standing Rock, there's other Binda, we were having our planning meeting. Then you come in, then you go out again, back and forth. Not the audition element of Hishnet, not the shot. Way those I need them, so I shouldn't eat one. Nian and Lamas. Let her chain a half connies, no. Change when never had the shot, the snow in Hania, the Clinton Jermaine, tell up the lin snow to the chini, Bush's chin. Yeah, Annie doesn't chill, but Annie doesn't know. They say I would get out of a yard Bevenant District 15, Standing Rock, over off, Addison on Shudlo. Of course, I need Lido, the Adni, the hot, Aggie, and Nachaban, this case, so put our hot so. Joy Lotmetson, then. Nana Quay hot, so do put your way. Trust land. Ako added not only than Zenigi, Yandat on the no Hatila Hayula. The core reservation line, Niki, Belson did I done in the John Hondo, Nista the no BIA. Could the grazing permit in the Jahagi, Koneke, the Koje District 14. Ako beyond what I hunt in the White Roger. Nama collision la hunt again how the ski. Ako decall the Kayach de any grazing permit they say cow. What are Kaya ha so H de any $1,000. Ako Lani Washington disposal Nahas Carnegie range management that is a dealer. The Kahman Carter Conel Nelly Beta is the Nabe on inside and Lenigi as Twido Funny than Lene Nahaska. Out of the cushion for the action than law, a other Nadabagan. A call quite Asade addiction. Out of action Nadas, no, the cushion Asai has Anigi. Kayanas Neloko. Yesterday, on the tongue the scene, needy color AIS Besono, the high bed on the scene. 67 permittees, 69, yeah. 69 permittees. Out all. Aro Jo not so the kindly, no tally count, a slide over Kijogo. Naheskagi, there's only 37 of them that showed up for their fee. Nana 17, ya non-permittees. Nana subject 38. 38 is auto Naheskada. Nala livestock count. Batch the head down, even not on. He knows it. Those that have Joe standing right, how so Guido White Rock, how so you Kojina Dishki. Abelzenko, Linda, Kakade, Hotan even not, and those so not still, Abens in it on the even my feral horses, Fancy Kai. I seek about 8 naka. Debate Gashin, Lining Adahana, the Fan Lining, the Behage, that's Kadigi, Nanashike, his Kado. ultra can't is kadonly nzar the bagano hot the bad for yaza. Ebony na Banta case or then Hinley the burial site and any did about what Abbasna has not so the Caribbean cow. Hashi Pajonas Ajo that Yash at the Halla. A coeco, a chedo, a masan and lini, a jam, mado action, so ked a hashin, so quarter an acre, edo da, half an acre, nanite, a hot abed, nada as leon, a hot on a house, goy, dik a little choin, nada, sked chapter. A hot disha, close to Standing Rock chapter. Veterans, I take that. Adon Hatchin and then Zaki Ka. There's the Hajishin Gina, Koi Ade. Again, the Hoiske, Conesset of Kela. The Hetaro stay 3 authorization Isla. Up and out, so they had this Yanda Kong, Coiny grazing permit, concept so. Only grazing permit, it give a card and he carried any a quite old lake. But then natural but the needle the Nakish Ton does no stop that non Gigado. Di Kodo ni behes ani. Ikedes in so I seen had no in not a grazing permit, be cow. Not a dalia, a unit up and beneath it at least. Di could it closer to the chapter. I see Bahatas Nido do not kagi. A Balzano Hados, a veteran. So elderly sla, a konebas and that is a little bit over 1,000 to 2,000 acres. A call that's available. There's no water. Headed that's the only difference. Although, if it happens that way, we allow fencing next to that. A nada maybe a fence that idea. A call a hot aggie, hashit on that. Leden hins di kodon hinat ani hata hatzio. Ako kasta konei need nade dishas alo kojo nadi luo. Ako nashige do nedoshige do kodoshinat ani da no shenid anoso. Dite I District 15 a ajo alo in the range unit 2 a allotment nas niligi. I call a digi a or he's of a car that oh easy fiber optics have needle failure a d hot on that igi kaya hot off. But remember this kaya Navajo Nation nays ni Tahoe these are buyback by not stay. Some of those lands are available. A on the eastern side. ABIA, Auto Quadodo Chapter, do Hashin, so the Kayat National, Auto Subject Quadro Allotment, A Aju, Kitadesh A. Akodi Toholonigi, Abelzinia, where I'm from, is Mahalan Wells. Ila I see that Edeni Tola. Akoeni Tasne, but this is what I'm looking at. Auto Nishinikit was under the Honey, I just lost a son, a grandson, out of my sister. All buried there. And General Bashta hold the Ado and General Benazde. And Nibe Kashi Hondak. A Kunde Kadeya or feed it on. They're not on open range. We don't have open range over there once you get to the allotment side. The reservation Biga J Abahazuno Kaya. By there with Elishman, I saw. You guys are under a lot of pressure and a lot of work. But this day and age, Washington,
Mr. Clem Jim Corona, Chahain Jiggy Chay, Adon Hain Yahaki, Ado, Koroba Hain Jiggy. Ibe has ani had the Nehegi recommendations. guidelines draft Aliyah behas ani benga around the Tashin behas ani it all nail shot be dana hadit ahe a koebichil kitiki height all the land board and lenigid grazing officials dion chication his hada and his chida hada all eben nach behas ani it all nail and here got it ahe con his kehekidon his given nach and reda ako ahon ay grasori behind Jishin Mr. Begay after go shata.
And Nana, Mr. Chair, also thank you, Mr. Jim. Again, I think those, I'll take all of your comments under advisement. The eastern side definitely has some unique issues, and you know, you were talking about the buyback land and potential for availability there, and I think that we sometimes might oversimplify the land status. I think earlier in the meeting, someone mentioned also NPL. And so I think that those are things that we're going to take into consideration. I do have, I believe, my colleagues as well on the phone from the Natural Resources Unit, Ms. Blackcat and Irvin Chi. And so collectively, with Ms. Khan and Ms. Thompson, we can certainly try to, and these regulations are meant to be comprehensive. So we do want, and we appreciate all of these comments coming in, and it makes us think, and it makes us expand these regulations to make it applicable, and to provide guidance to as many of the land sizes that are out there as possible, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Begay. Chair, President's Office, Mr. Davis Wilfred.
Chair and members of Resource and Development Committee, ADO, DOJ, and Land Department. Mr. Clinton Jim, on this issue, it came before Resource and Development Committee at the last administration. And that was brought to our attention. The reason why they're doing this is jurisdiction, territorial, if you would, not jurisdiction, but territorial. They were doing it for territorial purpose. Na kun egi yaha tada kun water line dot los tada kun basically dol edo ta attend edo ta some kind of development egin class lela. Those two issues were the two main issues why it was brought to our Resource and Development Committee. Ado bichol diki. And one more, a home site lease be home site lease how to be gon to bury that in the hotel. Okay, open and nine hit that on it. Ado between all diki to a cut a on the high cost. You know that's how I understood it. Just to bring it to your attention. So you guys are on point. Thank you.
Mr. Filford, Honorable Freeland, you're up. Honorable Freeland.
Chairman, can you hear me?
Oh, Biga.
All right, Biga. Hey, Chairman. Yeah, text on Hello, Chiche. Honorable Filford. Yeah, text Chiche. Hello, another. Mr. Jim and all of our Eastern Land Boards. I think you're just listening in today in the conversation. Yeah. Related to Eastern Agency, and I know we don't have jurisdiction on the allotments, but what does is there a policy related to allotments on this topic? Does the BIA impose any sort of regulations on their side? Just a question, Chairman. I don't know who can answer that. Thank you.
Honorable Mr. Halona. Honorable Mr. Halona. Well, yeah. Mr. Halona.
Chair, Auto Resource Development Committee. Do I look at that? Not I don't know. Delegate Freeland, earlier, BIA answered those questions. I don't know if they're still on, but they informed us that they don't have no burial policies at this time for allotments, and that they resort to Navajo Nation policies and laws to guide them in what they do for our tribal members that are allottees. Thank you.
Yeah. Honorable Freeland, do you have a follow-up question?
Chairman, thank you. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Chairman, thank you. I don't, Mr. Halona, thank you. I guess I brought this up again, Nana, because I don't know if the BIA is on the line, but it seems like they follow Navajo's lead on this topic, and especially on the eastern side. How are we going to handle, or how should we handle it if that's the case? If BIA is going to follow our lead on this, what's our recommendation? If there's a legislation that's being proposed, can we incorporate language in there for Eastern Asia? Can we incorporate language in there for allotments? I don't know if it's language that will say this is what we're telling the BIA to do, or a recommendation, or something to that effect. So, I just want to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Freeland. Earlier, Mr. Lester Sosi, Superintendent from Easter, had mentioned CFR 162. Mr. Sosi, are you still on the call?
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm wondering, trying to understand Delegate Freeland's question more. How are they going to handle this? I'm sensing that it's more of an enforcement question. So if it's an enforcement question, the Navajo Nation has civil jurisdiction over all matters pertaining to management of cemeteries using what would be the forthcoming formal Navajo Nation burial policy. So that burial policy would also be a reference document that we would use from BIA in making sure that whatever it states in there, we would then also advise allottees on allotted lands to use that same policy for the Navajo Nation. So that would be my question, Mr. Chair. I don't know if there's a more separate question that Honorable Freeland has.
Mr. McKay, would you like to add something? Okay. Honorable Freeland, do you have a follow-up as far as what Mr. Sosi responded to?
And Mr. Chair, if I may add one more point.
Go ahead.
I was saying earlier also that if allottees wanted to develop a lease for a family cemetery, they could do that, and we would have to look to 25 CFR 162 for a, quote, business lease for such a like a family plot cemetery. If the allottees agreed to that, they would have to maintain the cemetery site and make sure that they adhere to the regulations on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sosi. Honorable Freeland, do you have a follow-up?
No, Chairman, that pretty much sums it up. But Eddie, thank you, Mr. Sosi.
What we'll do is we'll move right along. On the agenda next, we have Mr. Halona, and I believe Mr. Halona will also provide some needed information for all of us to hear. His presentation is on land withdrawal procedure for cemeteries and if private family cemeteries are to be approved through a lease process rather than a land withdrawal process. Mr. Halona, you have the floor, sir.
Chairman Nez, Resource Development Committee, region officials, land board officials, chapter officials, staff, colleagues, all on the phone. We've been discussing these burial situations for the last 10 years. It may appear that we're just now responding to the burials as a result of us going through this pandemic that we lost a lot of our family members to. The regulations, the very basic foundation of these regulations that Roderick was talking about was developed by General Land Development Department in response to what we were dealing with of complaints, families coming in complaining that they discovered a burial had happened in their area, they were not contacted, or there's a burial that's been there for a number of years and all of the artificial flowers and so forth are all over the rangeland now, and that some of their cattle have died and they suspect it was from eating some of these plastic flowers. And so we started, as a result of all these complaints coming in, it was like, what do we do? How do we do it? And then, of course, we resorted to Title 13 and what it said. Also, people coming in and saying there's a chapter that won't let us use the cemetery because they said we're not voting, the deceased person was not a voting registered member there. And so they won't let us use the cemetery. Why is that? Where's the regulation that says that? Who authorized it? When did it happen? Were some of the areas. And they didn't have any money to do so. And then we had also did land withdrawals for some chapters for cemeteries who began charging. But we advised them in the beginning it was going to be for the community, it's for all use, and then now they changed their mind and we're starting to charge $500. So all of that started developing, and I guess we go back to, as previous delegate from President's office, Mr. Filfred, I'm sorry, discuss, and when we were doing the home site lease regulations, we were talking about RCD-216-99, where it said recommending and requesting each community designate trust land for community cemetery. So Resource Committee had been aware of these issues brought to them, and at that time, again, it was coming from district grazing. The district grazing committee has been dealing with issues involving burials. There is prevalence of people burying their deceased loved ones out on rangelands, within farm plots, and within or near their home site leases. Land use controversies arise when other land users find a burial that interferes with their use of range or farmlands. During the funeral and burial planning process, controversies and disputes arise when a grazing permittee or land use permittee finds out that the burial is being planned on open range and within or near their farm plots or home site lease area. District grazing officials are being requested to handle or mediate these disputes and burials. So that was brought to RDC, and that's why that legislation was done in 1999. Roger Begay also mentioned a 1986 resolution that was amended in 1986, which was amended to include the protecting of grave sites, cemeteries, and so forth, with new regulations that were developed by the Historic Preservation Department. And that resolution and report can be found in what was also brought up was the Human Rights Commission. They sent me the link to their website. There's a 107-page report that was done, and they started getting involved on the burials aspects from people filing complaints with them about funeral homes, price gouging them, giving them outrageous prices, kind of holding their loved ones at funeral homes until monies were brought in. They wouldn't release the body until that's done. All of those type of complaints were brought to them, and so the commission, according to that report that was done in 2020, April 2020, they finished that report, and they talk about moving away from the traditional burial aspects and moving back into the traditional burial process, where it's not costly to families, it's not expensive, and how to do that. And so I haven't had a lot of time to look at that whole report yet. So that brings us then to October 2019, when the Land Department, we drafted a letter to funeral homes, and it was for immediate cease and desist trespass on Navajo trust lands and fee lands for burial on family plots. That's how we thought we were going to get a handle on what is happening out there, until we all decide as to, well, how we're going to do it, where can it be done, what will be the process. And we knew we needed regulations because the 1958 laws was too vague and can be interpreted several different ways. So we drafted this letter and we sent it to DNR for review and for them to authorize us to release it, and that never happened. They told us, no, not now, no, we can't do that. The law says may be buried in a cemetery. It doesn't say they have to be. So we were stuck, and and that was to all the funeral homes, and I think several individuals have already spoke to that, is that the best way to get a handle on this is get the funeral homes to explain to families that what they're requesting is not permitted, that it's actually prohibited. That could easily be handled and addressed at that time, not when they get out to the rangeland and a permittee says, nope, I don't want no burials on my rangelands, and now there's a dispute that arises. So again, that was in October 2019. And so that letter never went out, and we're still kind of waiting to see if that would be something that we could deal with, maybe till the regulations are done. Then we send funeral homes all of the regulations. So now we come down to circle back to Ms. Khan's question about the legislation at hand, that she'd never seen them before, is because nobody has ever submitted for a private cemetery lease until now. Some of these burials happened during COVID, the last year and a half, the last 2 years. They happened. Some were authorized by officials, some by grazing, and so forth, some by delegates. And so when we tell them, well, now you got to do the paperwork. Now you have to do the withdrawal and all of that to get it done. So some families have kept their word that they would do that and have come forth to submit those. And I think those are the two of the families that are waiting for their lease to be developed. They do follow the land withdrawal process. The land withdrawal process is pretty much uniform now for any land use. Number one, you do the letter of application. This is what we want to do. This is where we want to do it. This is how much land we're looking for, and this is what it will be used for, is your letter of application. Second, then, is you go to the chapter and get a supporting resolution. So the community is aware of any land use in their area and where it's going to be at and who's going to be responsible for that. Then they also get the grazing official at that time to provide them information as to who are the grazing permittees in that area, who should be contacted to be aware of and that can give their consent for the use of a private cemetery at that particular location. Once they get that done, of course, then they do a legal survey of the area, 1/2 acre, 1 acre that they need, that they want to develop as a recognized cemetery only for their family or whoever that they decide. They get an art clearance done. They get a biological survey done. So once they finish that, they have a full-fledged land withdrawal. The only other document that they need to get done is the lease. And the lease is where we ask them questions as to who's going to be responsible. At least have 2 people on the lease that will have the primary lessee and then a secondary person. And then let us know how you're going to manage that lease area. So we know where it's at, we know where it's at. Is it just the extended families, or is it plan-wise? How do you want to do this so in the future there is not any disputes and say, well, so-and-so is part of the family, or, if you don't want in-laws there, then you need to tell us the in-laws won't be. But everybody that's involved knows what the use that has been agreed to, so then we would know that. Second, who's going to be responsible for maintaining it, cleaning it up, make sure the fence is up, the gate is closed, and also start considering maybe allowing only biodegradable use. Natural flowers would be one only. Some of those type of things that will biodegrade and you won't be able to see anything. And maybe that's the way they would handle it. And then who's going to be responsible for recording, the lessee, as to who was buried there, where in that plot are they buried, and when were they buried. So they have their ongoing log that they can also submit to historic preservation, who is developing a log of all burial sites. They're trying to get everybody to give them that information to know where they're at for the future. So 100 years from now, our great-great-grandkids have projects. They just look it up and they say, oh, did you know there's actually 3 sites there? There's 3 burial sites there, and not be surprised they're in the development aspects of it. So that's the process that we have for land withdrawals. It's the same one you use for anything else that you want to get a lease for, you want to get a permit for, or for community development. It's the 7-step process. That general land development, if you go to their website, it has the land withdrawal regulations there. It has the check-off lists of what you need to do to get a land withdrawal. If you're a government entity, such as the chapter, they won't get the lease. All they need to do is fulfill the letter, the resolution, the consents, the survey, art clearance, biological. Now they're done, they're finished. That's a properly withdrawn cemetery for their community use. They don't need to get a lease or a permit. So they're exempt, government are exempt from doing that. Eastern Agency talked a little bit about some of the challenges over there, and as a result of burials, that led to a very large land exchange 4 years ago with New Mexico State. New Mexico State filed trespass against Navajo Nation for a cemetery that was found on state lands in Eastern Agency, which got us into communicating with them, and the outcome was, okay, you know, we're not going to proceed with the trespass. What if we do land withdrawals? And we ended up changing 42,000 acres of land to them. In return, we got 45,000 acres of state land and Eastern Agency. So that was a result of burials happening in an unauthorized area. And then again, the enforcement was brought up. It is in the home site lease regulations that it's prohibited to do a burial site inside inside a home site lease. And again, that developed as a result of complaints. People coming in and say our neighbor actually buried their loved one right next to their house, and we're the neighbor, and we feel different about it. We're affected by it. So who's going to fix it? And so that started happening. So you tell the family that you can't do that, and they say, well, where is it written that I can't bury someone next to my house? Show me where it says I can't. So that's kind of why it became part of the home site lease regulations, as well as the 1999 resolution that I mentioned, that as a result of that, we put into the home site lease regulations that it be no open range burials. And that's in the regulations now, and we are expected to enforce those regulations, and we don't have the enforcement personnel to do that. And of course, our law enforcement agency, Navajo Police, won't enforce those regulations. So they only want to enforce Title 17 Criminal Code. But it's there. It says no open range burials. That's continued to happen and will continue to happen. We get at least 1 or 2 a week. People call us or come here and want us to sign their form that is being provided by the funeral home, because they know that the funeral home is going to say, this is the person that said it was okay, that's why we did it. So it's a form that they develop to protect themselves, and they tell the families, okay, go find an official to sign this. And then so the family comes here, and I just politely tell them that the land department can't sign that because I'm not authorized to do that. And they say, well, who can? Right now, the only ones that could authorize a private cemetery is the Resource Development Committee. And you'd have to do a withdrawal. How long is that going to take? Well, this is the steps you got to go through. Well, the burial is Friday or Saturday, and we're 2 days away. So those are the things that we deal with all the time, and it's not going to stop. It's going to continue to happen. The complaints aren't going to stop. They're going to continue to happen. So as a result, we felt that it was important to develop some guidelines, up-to-date guidelines, as the regulations that are drafted, that Roderick went over. Same with cremation. Cremation is starting to happen more, and will continue to happen, and it's probably because of money. It doesn't cost as much, and again, there's nothing right now that would guide us that says you can't or you can. And it's going to be pretty hard to alter some of this unless we have guidelines that we can all address. And again, the traditional aspects is probably the biggest driving force, I think, that are opposed to the family plots, to memorials along the roads, that they feel needs to be addressed, and that we're moving away from those teachings. I think as a result of that, there's a lot of respect that was formed as a result of those teachings. They we're losing the respect of all, not only each other, but use of the land and how we used to take care of it. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Halona. Adarsanant, Anathenigi, Dida, Paron Hitatos Sosgi, private cemeteries, family cemeteries, Halet out or Nate, Ebenit, Akor, Behas Ani, Karot Draft Elia, burial guidelines, Nachail Sosende, based on the recommendations that we're receiving today. One resolution says from District 9 there, I believe that honorable members of RDC, that all 5 agencies should pass a resolution on their positions. District 9, Dan Nego Eyaha, Navajo Nation reservations to cease, Nela, and enforce the land withdrawal designation regulation for all family plots. Ako sa petana hadit ahi adet babnant ano senido kayapanant ano seniki nabikiatostki arabehes ani sa petana hadit ahin nihchebet osne. 5 agencies deko Didi Egisanan Nation Hasalado Bitnana Deto Hait Arshin Ben Hina and Nishiki Hasht Edi Netigate Akon Haho A. Ako Eben Nache legislation Gihadeliago Halai no Sandla, Western Agency, Central Agency, Northern Agency, Fortified Agency, Aro Eastern Agency. Akut Yahabe Ben Nache Behosan Sto. Or by grazing districts go sto hot ahade the lake of shin topiga di hode la kodo District 9 dagi aitan hilaja yen del khale bespahosen la ako hot egi. It would be very helpful nihika do was ani at the neobolinko yota yot nini do obolinko ta shinte ye hot Shian Sida case quite bahuido astan nego. A hot end who used lake or ha cargo, Bekashi, Ndas Chostoles, Hagosh hot has ago, grazing Niki, Ara Zabada hoist it or late disako, a co Sai hape or Tlanki Benachi Yadas Tito. Of course, Akat Nego, Handa Asahako has Ago. Okodo, Linsto, Nego, Stopest, a day hat nenegate, family plots gig, Adadole, community cemeteries that Ayaha, the Ne Aja, Yonal Edo, Lesto, Nego, Stopi, Gatole, Shanant, Adno, Senegi, Okodi, Hons, Sagoe, Korobe, not on Hijahanas Street or Lesto, Koroshi Nihanant Al Nehanana Chito Sai Ara Daisonosta Landboard no Senegi Asian so on Hanahido askwi before 5 o'clock. So Mr. Clinton Jim
Asinan Daikoro Bayakigi Hashin so The Eastern Agency, Jakewit, Enigi, Land Board, Need, Lenigi, Astani Kai. Additionally, there's an old guard and a new guard. Akobanda Ika, the Division of Natural Resources. Ajo he. I hindi company yet quite wonder at the late 2 weeks ago. To this day, Ms. Khan, we could hear you. Please mute your phones.
I'm sorry, somebody came in my office. I'm sorry.
Okay. So, even in the Eastern Lanky, Idan Hisan Clyde, Mark Freeland. Chanela, analysis can the other day, Sanitlo. Natural resources. Natural resources, Shabala, do Leo Watchman, do Ade, Ahiti Ka, Hajot in the detail, assigned those place. Assigned the detail, called Penina, Asi Kaita about the year. Paladina sosod andan de bahzan over get a shown national dagi hullo esa hot a large died a yande Ajin soldier in out there Aj has Ange a count as a dagi a became Hastin. She passed away. Now Punena Sosis Enigi, she just resigned. Kwe Hashin Soba Sah's name. A call there's a old guard and a new guard. ADG at Lahododne, assigned Dodne, as your president, vice president. Did that all have you won his now Eastern Navajo. Quake the Lantaya Yaskiki, a needy D Nahas Kagi, so put up a leba that self by his army, put up that need libet or land, and of course, sound and hit this kid. Homeside Lisha, the net after Hinado and Hatchin Kunda, Homeside Lisha, and the okay. Eshe, my suggestion as Twin of Senigi, a Joe wave boss say from 1970, for example, from 1970 to 2030. Quebet high home site other dodley. The AIF funding Niki consonant power line extension. Do did that and that on nation on go bahan it's there. If you don't have a home site lease, you're SOL. That's our concerns are from there. Ako dito Island, I Mark Freeland Bevesin da Huidle. RDC Haishin Hadotzo. No Bot Edas Lane. Are night needs a naho just hotel. Mechalchino University then Daistra. Metropolitan area the Dabagano, they pay over $2,500 to $3,000 for rent. Ako Kodeek at the kite oh was the Chedos Masan Bagane, Shajash Mabagane, on this nest, they come back. So I don't a shame a day what I mentioned in this so a what Eshan and I.
Mr. Jim Dida, home site behind Jiggy, Ashak the resolution that Saga what I been see, that don't need. Eastern Daco. How do I old garden Nenigi? Halet art and Nayland, you know, it sounds like it's no kind of handling kilo. Mark Freeland, she hit does, and so quick stand hit it on, it's a coagation and but I'm glad that you all are recognizing this. Nikeda, it is sad, I legislation by his on it only. But we rely on you. You, the land board, grazing official, today by need iniki you had deep burial of family cemeteries khalet do need on lego katahin sen halon selin a home site can be addressed the kro arpa maniki ara okay what you just said, go back to your chapters, get a resolution drafted, give it to Honorable Freeland. Maybe the whole agency council can pass a resolution just like what you said. Certainly appreciate your statement. These are evidence of what the local leadership desires to work with. I don't know anil tore de nihli kro sabe dana hidit ahni holiagi bik ahoshindole ndata hot ayena national district 9 da hodatza de bahatsot lot atinil. So thank you. Aroshanant asashba hananachi aresnot sage
Stephen Key, Canada Phone.
Could you
Stephen
identify
Key, Canada Phone.
Identify yourself again?
Stephen Key, Canada Farm Board.
Hakushila Arisnant, Mr. Key. Shahani Stephen King, then Naden Sunda. Ada Hantation.
That's what Canada community members address me as.
Go ahead.
Honorable Council Delegate. Although the Canada Farm Board, we already have our policy in place, which was passed by the Resource Development Committee way back, and we still utilize it. Although the Eastern Land Board and grazing officials, they told me barely has anything else been addressed to the farm board on his enough cut, because some of these burial plots are being utilized for on the farmland, and some of these have been in place for years before some of us were born, before some of us became leaders. But to this day, we still emphasize that no private or any burial will be provided on farmlands. Ganado grazing official already addressed this to him and said, leave Ganado farmlands alone, no burial plots. So that's where we're at. You earlier mentioned CLUPSI, Community Land Use Planning Committee. We call ourselves Planning and Zoning Committee, just like Gallup, New Mexico. So we're emphasizing that we need to readdress our CLUPSI manuals and put some of these things that have been mentioned and back in place. And thank you for listening to me, and thank you for all the inputs that were addressed. Thank you, Honorable Nez.
Mr. Key, you have a very serious concern that you just addressed before your delegate, Vince James, is on the call. Jo farmland go ani bahas anketelige ndan setna ta chashiana giza oda te gesepenia ako eben ye koro tan hisil do tata do nedo les benegedo kwagi bahuido asata community cemetery that don't nego ebelt kwaba kadarna. So Mr. Key.
One more comment, Honorable Nez.
Mr. Key?
Yes. Can you put a training together so we can all meet on this issue back in our Twin Arrows with the Eastern Land Board, Grazing Official, and Farm Board, so we can all be on one page? That would be something that I would like to suggest, and thank you for your time again.
Mr. Key, your recommendation for work session training will be noted. And this draft guidelines, jigibe has ani draft aliaki, Ada, nke gatit ahi koron hina hasta hodin na to, Eshiben nache, Ehosen go hadador net, hodadon no, ako. Die ato aige sibi khay khatan de shashi khayt ashin benahat ashin khodan nisa ot esto ba khainji gi tun eroste ba sahne tlego satona bik yachtkin de shimbiga khala ne grazing official audit last a couple months ago yat hada history na kinshin his khatan. So we'll seriously take that into consideration, Mr. Keith. Thank you for that.
Chairman, Tele Chapter Grazing Official would like to make a comment.
Okay, identify yourself.
Yat ni down Saint Oletion and I. Challenge in Lebiedo. Ade ya the Bebenal sauce, Kayapanal sauce. But Benash Nestovic in Chile representation in Chiege Oscar Baya Senior. The Ashla Nahe Yonesta Gigi Ben and I had Nigi. A Kodikubaya Tiki. Chat Lenito in the Yota Negi. Eyedeya should is ahit auto because is tinky or yedeya. Instead is as own share is la o z. John Rene that you know Eya did Edo Eya be hate cut no cut and then hit it. Nini cut it on Navajo hit it. No didn't jail. No cut the neddy need a home. I couldn't learn the way that I did there and no say so. The cheat something nice day to a hood. Shut the door had Z hat niche. I doing the saying not to hat niche over to a bonnet and leon in Lenigi. I contribute this team who go a ya a large home plot nini on lady in the hat niche to a yo. One yet here, Honans Cardo, Constac, Hanko, Hodnenda, Nish Hela and Nola, Hela Yeno, then Antla, Johot Arnage, and that it is the Bernard. I need Lenny, a coco, she ain't so jo ado has the buyer theater, ado onabik, theater, oh, has job on o canco, ya cemetery, abanahotit, anate. Adiyat jo ehut Benana in Senike shall wait there. I see assisted so in the cutting be yonat be your castle. Since not now did let. Oh, Nagre the Asia playground was long Asia Masane Quasia Hosh. No, hutat egi dota an lebanotit under those less. Johut zago, Benanago. Behez ani ane behata hosito behez ani Italia black and white yo ya an leban hotit ande akon archishugans de to le shibiga ho now behez ani itish tide atana shibenta wist ane benago enlet chinli cemetery akonde na adish jolo delia benache insano Shit on who's hot J. Hodlon. A quarter di Arco in Adish Jolole, Benache Adenas Joligi, Benago, Basta honilzen do lestati ni. A coach elbishinda yolikito a hal ido lesh hashiba in Yanahut ahuna equa nature to lesh. Jo ehut za ado in the Haitian Kayahi aniki ehut aho. Ben nature jo ado lego man sahak case nele kele twile sani le yashio ehut a kubikit ishtio ya big 110 chapters. Jo ehut kaya she pahalon de jo ehut aho ado biche bani che jo na yoni ne di no ne kana kesto il deto le sha eben nago on a cemetery dahdit ande panahdit ande ad hajo hayado ad hajo ni so ya eshasen iko jo home plats is Lana si Cleon Edo Ajo for Nada do Jaha Edo has under the left for the Navajo reservation, Nebehazo. Yo ehut eben Nago Hajo Biget it he get Bahuin Zenit cemetery and the Nisho Yat Edo Lesh the Na Argent Lego that's not Taiwan case. They are the ehut. Ben nahuins no dishniki aya nagach and lehaho zobi yona district 10-3 saho shishahit tish an yo ilyago akut net de destedo da cosito yo neta o la aduik in gas leslato trash hall joke don't nishin liti nene akun latte eben das do eba da ya gate hodno sa yelo neho huna yato kha ne togo etan not dol khash ado in that chapter no slinigi eba huilya sheko this chapter chini chapter hu bit snow besha nastle aye he ba huilya ado to da huilne jo ade bishin dash nish aje What they yards then yard eshasin anil scotch and nashik johot aho a coco a kudat hagi doing that is the chosho yagi motorcycle sahonan stayo and nehle quaggy it night the babinal not so sign daily now. It anyway 2000 2 years ago yeah now so I thought that on hit me official me clinic akon ade niya nesh in there with the motorcycle track or yod obat hispeltan jim what has on joko aro sahanan and that oshik in a khai they have an asked had ahota ek atkhana khai Ado benasti eben na dola nishin lede lati de nedo beshin lede tsilke lenigi dat zet enche keda ashkadas as tweedale ashkadas sani adika zilkeni lenigi jehut aho ani national trespassing bakant kuna il wase jehut kut agi jano yat eko on tikeso but arats yat jehut Ado in the Nihidi, the Babylon toss, we get neat, only lasted Naho, Leg, Navajo Nation, the whole chapter administration, out of sign the Shahan, wonder the never signed a sign is the adio, a shaker and Jehodat, Hazobe, Kishnahu is neto, big up has Ania, Ninibik, Hunilzano. There's no enforcement. Hatne, Ani enforce il. Jehot they don't need to show hey, she's okay, she must son, she might ever still. But I got one just case, she didn't there, Shane's song. On latte panahudit on the hin nish hala ben nato nana anasito nishka honnek no nishka kaya neve no nishla what that ego da oh you ya yadash ki bin nago aye nest and nadi nish But baby sweet no. Latte has under do in the endless isn't the jacket of which that of fish. There has only be cow. A day ya is the form, it is another the place of the Hesio election a unladical ya. Chotabeto no, has unin das okay. Arabic hunch either quack on nutty place that up no agit is at a lay, Ajo, you best of what they hear. You're in here when Yenny Danahlan, Arco, Nenahlan, deep and I did. A cohe, what Asha, it is need, Ado Aya, it of such, no. It obayet your naso do behados, Benago. She says in it unlived cemetery at 8 elections. I would go about this city, the cemetery, yeah. Akusilaya sik shahos agi added an aso tanigi.
Akushila, Mr. Baya, Araba Henjigi, that's what we're talking about. Kodo, Henjigi Elna, Hande. Ayode Ninin la the Abahas Ara Cemetery, the Ara do Lesden, Nedigil, even Nadishna, all 5 agencies, the Gil Sahaliago, did a resolution, Gil Nichi and Snake of Bohonetza, and the Koroa, Mr. Kia had Zigi Shito, Koropenade, Naskohast Edil, Nestida, work session 2 days, good day, do, Arnlet 1 euros, the Ada. Department of Justice, Kodo, Adon Legal Counsel, Adon Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, Grazing and Land Board, Adon Farm Board, Astojudag, Egot Ahot Aba, or Tatla, BIA, Adon Hasto, Gas, Adon Human Rights, has Ada, Asto, and the Historic Preservation, has Aja, Aston Haidol, Dakoya. Nihilchida hado aston daidil kitgo arena kidan hidos karsman date on behas ani idol need hot abelt edato no a coalition korosta fikishin bahando liget I'll give the floor over to Honorable Stewart.
Chair, Shana, Arunda, Shajaya, Vice Chair, Aron, Kunafanigi, so Alo Kadosh, Mr. Halona. I don't know if gay, so one gets done all most of the morning. I don't know so staff from natural resources, farm agriculture, those listening online. So Shana, Chairman Rick Nez, Bay Fame Zigi, so cut out a farm board on Linigi, get Hadas Zigi, like Mr. Stephen Key, and then get out. I do support your recommendation to have a 2-day session regarding this area again. Actually, by Yanade Kito left auto left non auto the recommendations the give on that suggestions the give to the legislation the give agency. They have this legislation again. Will send it back over to our on to draft up for legislation. James family member Linigi Kodo Williams County Linigi the paperwork started the over but nana or this legislation. Could out a dog, could always a community members on Linigi, could out a bitch a Hanna Stisle. Could also a family cemeteries on Linigi on his dead grazing permits, so grazing land, if but I need Shana, Joe Argota, that's Leonasa, and there's wonder at times, it's been yet, and he grazing permits all could out Ellen since out in the farm plots that Egida. So a Kudo a so Oscar hooked out a Yahati, so the things of it, whatnot, those and I so rolling. I thought could I Yahati, so on certification, chairman, to go ahead and can and get this scheduled. I know it'll probably move some things around on our calendar again, but you know, I think this is something that's important, Chairman, to get done right away for the 2 days. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Stewart, for your comments and supporting the fact that we'll have a 2-day session at Twin Arrows with Land Board, grazing. Do at abattoir, I need a grazing permit. That is another Clinton Jim Yahatzi. Do probate that and that obey that is other to head a yen either. Ahun that you had at the chaos arches over the hot echo. Asian Saturn of Giadil. Ms. Thompson, would you like to add anything?
No, I don't think I have anything to add except that before it goes to being in its final draft, which we can work with Ms. Khan. There's some other, I think, issues with the dispute section that we need to address that we might need to also involve Department of Ag. Might be altering some of the delegation that RDC hasn't given them yet to resolve disputes. So as Roderick said, it's kind of when we are addressing one of the issues brought by a chapter, we're finding burial issues created in something that has nothing to do with a burial issue. Whether it's allowing a chapter, letting a family use a backhoe, or the burial fees is a constant that we're running into. Not particular to any agency or district. And I know it is bothersome to a lot of families and chapters that are trying to do a plan of operation for their own cemeteries, which, you know, I have been advising them that the outcome of providing guidance on that is contingent on what we're working on right now. So, but like I said, I think that might be another department we need to bring to the table is Department of Ag, because RDC is only given land board, farming, district grazing, land board, certain delegations, and I think that if the way we have the dispute section written, we may be adding and we may be modifying their plan of operation.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Certainly appreciate your recommendations. The Department of Justice, though, the Sabe Tanahadit I Ato Al Skohatel Nata, Dinal Sorsigi, Sahaliago, Eben Nachaben, Zilgobes Ani, Dod Nitiki, Bakadate, Akodi are the chapters in the Has Ada, though, the Cemeteries, Corona Bikiel Tiki. Ashin what on here got it I done Lenin Nika not Jacko a plan of operation the Kada the Dornate Aro Koro Department of Agricultural Esto Arabiaro on the Steve Grazing the Farm Board in Leniki Aro here Queen Kisos Keheki Mr. Ray Castillo. Appreciate your presence here today as well as Miss Roxy June. Thank you. Kashede Koro Mr. Mike Halona but it also de Kwagi Matt Nash Chagishi. Yeah, and Mr. Halona.
Thank you, Chair, and those that are still with us this afternoon. Those that are online probably can see this map. As I mentioned, we started this in 2016, 2017. This map was provided. The points we developed was in 2018. And again, this is by only one forestry officer on this routine patrol where he notes where all these burials are just popping up. So he's been GPSing these points. So if we ask all the rangers and everybody out there to plot all the ones that they know of, that they see and GPS point them, there's going to be dots all over that map right there. And that's just kind of the central mountain range area. It doesn't cover all the eastern, all the western. Again, that was 2018. So this is 2022. I called the radio and saw KGAK, the ARO Yata had now. Ah, which ne, the Hastini Yata had now. AR, the key Kato, for the Yo Odne, Only family plot, the AR, the Yo Odne had no. So you hear several every day. So in 5 years, that's been how many days times that by 3? You see, there's probably another 1,000 out there now. And so I guess that's compounded is what we're getting now. Is we're getting the complaints, and we're going to continue. Although in the future, if something's going to be developed, or will they be moved? What we're going to do about them? So we're just kind of creating a situation for Hikeda or Tahiti. Again, that's just by one forestry officer that CPSC at places that he knows, like right there, or some on the highway that he's seen. He went and GPS'd them, and he just took that on his own. And when we were talking about that, he says, "I got a bunch of them GPS." But if we told everybody to do that, I think we'd have a more concrete statistic. HPD has been starting to catalog this as well. Their people, when they go out when they're doing art clearances out there on projects, when they're finding them, they GPS them and reporting them. So they started their own aspects, which maybe they can provide at our next meeting of what they have cataloged and what they've done so far. And we'll be able to see overall what we're talking about and how extensive it is.
I asked the nurse about getting a shower.
Can you mute your phone, please? Thank you.
Mr. Halona, this Kwake Yatahe Ado Tohaki and Sheep Springs.
Sheep Springs.
Okay. So Sheep Springs, Kwake Crystal Layout.
Yeah, Crystal right here. And the road comes down. Yeah, so it kind of just takes care of the Fort Defiance area, like.
Okay, so Wonder Rock on the Crystal. So the large.
From some lodge right there.
What Kwake area? And this is by one
forestry officer that routine patrol has been finding those.
So how many is right here? It's over 50.
I just lost count with all That's just too many, just for one ranger to count that many. Can you imagine the other side of the mountain as well as up north along the Chuska Mountains? So, I guess, I could Dina Bikiel Kyo Konhil all just. So, that's about Hanana, the Roshan and Arna Senegi.
Yeah, there's Nana. Can I have the floor?
What is your name?
Lucille Segnica Kraus again here. Do I have the floor?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Nana. Oh, the on business all day the community cemetery, private cemetery, family cemetery, mountain gotan ani nashiat of Kwanta Yotalia. I'm just wondering, with all the regulation and policies you guys are making, you're asking us to fulfill the policies, the draft of the Naniki exhuming remains. The Asian leg of the Halona Yahna Ekin Lego or you thought that's the Niniki Asian Nisto, the Banda. And I think that's a very sensitive subject. I just want to caution you guys. Not saying that it shouldn't be in the draft, because I was reading all of what the draft that you guys have right now. We just need to tweak it a little bit. So but that's my question is, are we going to start exhuming people that, or we can give a deadline on when, you can't do home burial? And here family plot to 1 acre hot so the called that was the family's consensus. If we say like 1 acre to 10 acres, the 5 acres that's illegal. So those they had asati burial down there. Alona brought that up. Families out that they have a dispute on having family members being outside of that family plot. We did experience some of that, and some of a delegate there in Western. I don't so now we're pointing fingers. But Asia exhume it doesn't. I don't believe in it, but hajo bako eya then hashto ta na hashto kahnajo na so fosko permit that fosko. You're just net that you drop back got I know that they can help, but the thing is, if you see penal for your to ya they cost and they been not shoot the art. And they will not see art the heart of hotel, and they win the option that either art the decoder why not get with the person right there to aid them not this kid the store? And you have some making it into public, yeah. So that's my question, mostly about exhuming. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kraus, for your concern, your question. I Nachenshha Nesto the Nego Nidens Kitiki Aita Eyaha Behas Anivikidashki a corpodor Nekikishi Entaka a hot end the hate egota crime as lake of its adult and net and I'll say you Juliago and that the end reden the Ashkaki Behas Anik Echo Aden source names source Goshint Eyaha a hot arch isiki nachin hadol kesto hate ashin nades kato let a quaggy a hot endic at nashjol goshe handi nashjol din he the neo deni nini a coe exhumed in any hot era croshin and he got it I asked as got a yahadot Miss Thompson.
So as Roger had said, and that's one thing that we need to look is that with the regulations, if they were to go forward and adopted as they are now, we would need to look at what family private cemeteries, what would happen to them. But the law would, when the law is created, it would be looking forward. So as of right now, the way the code reads is that if an individual is to be exhumed, it would have to be with the consent of their next of kin, and if there was no next of kin, then it would be up to the Government Services Committee, which would be NABI. In the policy, it still follows that, but it adds to it so that law enforcement, it creates a new exception for them, where we're still following the Behazani, but it would be for the specific purpose of a criminal investigation. And then where that is going to happen, there would need to be an authorized disinterment, which would still be under Title 13, Section 1905. There would need to be a permit, and there would need to be a.
Please put your phone on mute. Thank you. You may proceed, Ms. Thompson.
In that, a part of that procedure, there would need to be an authorized disinterment, which would go back to creating a process on who would be authorized to do that, getting that permit, which would be are they going to be the same person issuing that permit, and then submitting a written plan for the disinterment. And again, that would go back to, who would that plan be submitted to? The administrator? Would it be the chapter? Those are policy decisions, again, to go back to who would be in charge of those. Or that would, of course, would be if a body would need to be exhumed, and if it would be for that exception for criminal investigations. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson, for your response. Let me go to Mr. Tahi and then Honorable Walker. Mr. Tahi.
Members of the committee, on May 11th, we have our regular RDC meeting. I know we've already scheduled the 19th and the 20th for the helium and hydrogen work session, but due to the nature of this legislation and it holding up several legislation that Ms. Khan needs to draft, we will move this work session, the 2-day on the 19th and the 20th of May, as Twin Arrows Casino and Resort is already reserved for us on those dates. We will confirm it on May 11th. Back to you, Chairman.
Mr. Tai, so your recommendations on the 19th and 20th?
Yes.
Work session?
Yes.
Okay. And when is the energy?
The helium and hydrogen work session will have to be rescheduled again, simply because of the nature of getting this done quickly, as Ms. Khan has several legislations requesting those private family cemeteries. And as Ms. Khan and Mr. Begay has indicated, the language is preventing the difficulty of drafting this legislation. And we need to get this done quickly in order for those family cemeteries to either move forward or not.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi. Honorable members of RDC, we need to take care of this legislation. In order for this to happen as soon as possible, the concerns that are raised by our grazing and land board officials is to move forward and start having folks be buried at a proper community cemetery. There's a request for a work session that we can do, recommended by Mr. Tahi on May 19th and 20th, and we can take care of that afterwards. We can have that legislation drafted. We don't want people to continue to start burying their loved ones elsewhere. So this would be a law that the Grazing, Land Board, and Farm Board can work with moving forward. Thank you for that, Mr. Tahi. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you have the floor.
Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members, and staff, the offices that are with us on the call here this afternoon, the visiting officials that are also with us. So nada is on the Queba when Nikki sort of British outside Quagga. These standards I know in the chat earlier today. I think it was Roderick Begay from DOJ pointing out a need for standards. I think they're could be a strong emphasis on standards. Kwege, Kaya, Hatotso, the Nana Nitolikan, Nigi Kwege, and Sogi, that or Anshidan, Anshipen, he would nature had no. Ishin to Adabe has Adoda Abe Hoti. Late local communities, local governments. Abohinid Nikoyat. I could end from the nation. Dinko to Quage. What there's adult that only Figi Quage. It of Ansaskis or Shesazino. I represent 5 communities. 3 of those communities are what I call river communities. We have the Little Colorado River flowing through our communities. Bird Springs, Luke, Otto, Cameron, Ford, Yetla, Coal Mine, though. So, you better has an twin lego, archer, Ado Lenan, such de la Ado Chadash, Adon the depending on the location, the type of soil. From Southwest Navajo Nation, we have the red soil, the red clay soil, or chi echo change better than hash but you go. Not talk about that's the jet and echo. Being a tado yash honda. Echo. So, like you got a floodplain area traditional. So one of my communities has 60% floodplain. Echo. I don't touch a seta. I don't touch it. I don't but a good part of the community lies in the 100-year floodplain area. I think we're discouraged from the nation and the government, Navajo Nation government, from developing in those areas, building anything in floodplain area. That's discouraged. A teen, what do Nathan there? What the Adolekin NHA da Nanedo Lido Quagiedo Tanahan Najodano. I could deep a need Niki Edo. It certainly applies. Cho Niki what echo. Docho Ego do has Ado Dogahones Lago it or Shego it or says that he got it could not kill a J'ai Tonas Ginnahalden Seko. C'est ja et Bezdel de Halon. J'ai trop à Hinian Halden. Et d'abord, it what about aid standards, as it relates to standards, the location, though, the type of soil where a community cemetery can be located. I think that's a pretty significant consideration and a factor. But echo Ada quite point and what are so as we look at the legislation, although some of the policies that may be developed for it, I quite get place Ninigidot says that's Tadashka. I don't know how the communities that I represent, some of the areas are sloped. Mesas, there's runoff water from the mesas or higher grounds. Although lower grounds, the water collects. When he went on, because St. Lucian and Quadot Abansas, so instance the Quigoshin by Yati, die Engineer that not only Carson the little Bebenard Suspenant Darkepenant Chaya Hikades Inki to Home Peshma on Anand and Shinan Toto Bahuin in the Dobana Tot in the named at Ashot or Lesico. But Chakataya Dayton is something made Doba when it la the Nancy Ninigi. Shawata eventually found the heco. There's none of Heda out and not Dina Heda to Shin at Archo, Cadeda see the Nenza. What they can action is okay. But not action or the other Hodina, but another to clip it so Kedako. If you don't know, not a credo, this son is twist, Aden de credolis, Aden Danil Zedoli. Ni Kedi Nana, Kay Quishing, Kay Catholicigi, as Annie, Ada Bonetza, Adolet, Ada Bebe, what's the Dolicity, Adot Ash and his Milolicity, a bandit, Johnson, a confaction, a pa, so Kedopa. But the Zido to Banza is a teaching what on if it are teaching what Egit Aya, where there's only the Yep and Ye net and short another Yale killer. I think that that's not such a quinate for DT Hashing Zag, it has only the half a load of the city either. Just so a husband that only is large. Dikat the shin the cost not me. I had to dig a coat at in the Kaholo. Not in Naheda, it or find the donor neither. Hard the hot, to the door needs in the co. Oh, Joe, what's that? Or than that kitten, the movies, the show, the TV programs, or hard the hot. Obedalia, or yet at Odan Bad Kita. So that Annie quitting pandemic, epidemic, but I have to dig in Dal Kida. Yet I eat large at Annie quitting what are not needy a whole lot of that. Other perhaps little at your daily second. What you call at the Sunday Kada, which other bands in there. The net, what eggy paints in the other again has Kagage echo, quarter base, the witness, and then call a codor to Bahas and unlading, being not afraid, not afraid, or to cut quarter to a donut or Nisa Gage it cut bunches a husband. So I yet I end, but yeah, she puts other. Also leba konitsi kudat ebits an atta eko nasi kudat nani katoli sekot ata konitsi ata huilia kudat ebits ko di by negation and chairman or committee members kodata yegon case or Eugene case kot eko do you also Spakadash, that or Yundo Kai Echo. I could end the standard city equage. What it says, what it says, the what long quag what ordinance, what a community cemetery. Now, what a says, what says, what on has the Hotana, Ado Chadash, a Edo Tadole, what other has only beat us so hashing in some bands case and they could get what even nation oh what they all loop shit a hole a crack it I thought such a community both sides of the river. One side is old loop, the other side is the new loop. A very old, long time cemetery. It's near the river. quite a bahazo. I don't the floodplain, you get a whole lot. I call late at home, then you get back to stand now. Yeah, bahas, Hitler. Added Nanda, Hitler flooding at Niho. I call what that Abe gets your holding. Oh, what echo said, I think Eben Queenston this afternoon, Shannon, just thinking about the standards that were mentioned, what could be included is the geography or the terrain, how that must be evaluated, and that be a considerable factor. Just tinit, that'll tell you how stage that not so that not just dishing da what John Sawyer ban case Shannon do said hasing could sabe this the other part even not that they na Hassan holje nakat just a pedo go tsatra hot is to sakha nakat on the hunt but eaten that cat team badorni nan and that they should see that what not lose it to the Noviga and Hadlinse. Ada ho one thing hit out net at the Gilia go netable and jo hot echo. The loop to the west loop, then yablos at the hole, yeah. It's a cheat at the hole, yeah. And the eye watch that those volcanic hills, Ado Hanahola, yeah, got Sanana. Oh, what the cat, a sheet, what echo. So what that other artists, the terrain, the geography, a fancy solution and just twists on other chapter or land and grazing officials or communication Sheba Upanoson call what other the Yasada had this there are chairman and members of the committee to other council members, other colleagues. I appreciate everyone's utmost serious focus and attention to this matter, this critical area of life, this area where we must put laws, policies in place for the safety, for the benefit of our community. Nahas ado adole nahun anahlo the net yeda da has the hollo nota for the church up be need ido ayat e kehuit ido as a den in Shannon Adosha twists on what the last chairman I'm going to give back to you though. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. We certainly needed to hear something like that. A soil analysis aid or Bansi case done that now we can. We have three attorneys, Ms. Tapahi as well as Ms. Khan and Ms. Thompson here with us. And we all are taking notes, and that should be a deciding factor on where to bury a loved one, and that's probably the reason why there has to be a soil analysis done in areas where land withdrawals for community cemeteries can take place. Soil analysis banan shiki. Those sator chose echo. Big ratole. Lona that and Kodo. Wait, Agada. Okay, have a nature. These stages are that deep bestowed is it that the needle stage dal cheeto, Sayego that a jigger, Sai oda sit gato sao chata chatka. A cohesion benashi ehosando late terrain and the geographic area of each community. That is our job. Corona bikiel tidon kispehados anything related to land. So what here, Ms. Thompson?
I just wanted to mention that in the draft, if up in section 7, we included a part that there would be a delegation to chapters to administer and create their own policies. And whereas this main policy with the standards that it has in it, it would be the floor. So chapters with certain terrain, certain specifications, they could create their own requirements on when they're going to expand a cemetery. We did include that in there in section 7. Go to section 7, that's where there would be a delegation to the chapters to create their own policies or regulations. You go down to subsection C, just like how a chapter would go to council to get certified, you know, these are the minimum requirements that you need to bring to us. And they bring a policy, they would need, if you keep going down to C, would say these are the minimums that you need to have that you're going to bring before us. And number 7, under C, it'll say any additional burial and cemetery standards. So that could include, you know, a soil analysis or something very particular to that chapter. So that's included in there, and make it broader or narrow.
Thank you for that, Ms. Thompson. I'm glad that you pointed this out. On page 11C, number 7, you gave a car. Any additional burial and cemetery standards. The chapter has on a policy and we're talking about the soil, the types of soil that we're looking at to be examined. Perhaps a soil analysis can be written in there somewhere, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I'm glad this is a draft, and we will see a final completed draft of this document that's before us. So here, Arok at day dona watching is not a haljan babe la or skid. Kohona is washing the oh, this na Sadazuba Hananati Aroshan is not Anki Arahudina Jahondo Nesa Hawagonde no Kata Kona House Fanigi. Any other comments or questions? We are going to have a 2-day work session, so if you wanna wait till then to really learn more about all this, we can do that at that time on May 19th and 20th, which is only like 2 weeks away. We had already approved and reserved those 2, right?
Yes.
So all we need to do is send out notification, Roxy, to all the grazing official land board. Rodney, if you would collaborate with Roxy as well as Department of Justice and Legislative Branch. Roxy?
Can you make sure that the capacity is there? Because the last time, I think the capacity was 29. Our staff didn't fit in there, so we had to have some of the staff go home. There's 178 grazing, Eastern Land Board, and Farm Board officials. Thank you.
I will work with Sponeros Casino Resort and available to accommodate larger crowds.
And then, they usually ask if their chapter officials can go as well, so you're probably gonna have to tell us what the capacity is so we can let the officials know, so they don't travel a distance and then they're not allowed to come inside.
I like the idea of it all, but I believe that we should just keep it a grazing officials, farm board, and land board for now. And we don't want to overcrowd people over there and squish everybody in there. So if we have the Department of Justice, our Legislative Council, Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, Grazing, Land Board, Farm Board, BIA, Human Rights Commission Office, as well as HPD. So Historic Heritage Preservation Department, they need to be there. Did I leave anybody out? Yeah, also BLM, if they could be a part of it. So Mr. Tahi, if we could get a larger space, we would appreciate that to accommodate as many grazing and land board, because this really is, they're the ones that are going to be working with it. So we need them to be there, or if they can send someone from each chapter, that would work to attend. And I don't think we need the chapter CSCs or managers there. We just need the grazing officials and land board and farm board mainly, because they're the ones that are going to implement this new policy that will be put in place. So, any other comments or questions? Foxy?
Hello, this is Betty Allen from Pinion.
Chair.
Thank you for all those information. I've been listening all day. The thing that we need to do is expedite the release of citizen funds that we did that funded 4 projects like this. We picked 2 cemeteries, community cemeteries, but we can't do anything, no fencing, nothing. We've been depending on, it's an our project proposal for citizen funding from 3 years back, and it's still, we haven't heard anything. They haven't sent us anything on it. Since you have the authority over community development, can you tell them to speed it up? We're just sitting around waiting for things to be developed. Thank you. Oh, on your project too, your conference, we can send one person. Sometimes our chapter grazing committees don't share full information. I was really surprised some of the chapters were already 100% ahead. And I sure congratulate them. They're really working together. There's a lot of information they weren't shared with us, with the chapter officials. The only thing we knew was we had the Withdrawal cemetery lands. And that's what we did, that we kind of hear through the grapevine. It wasn't from anybody. So that's how we took action on those 2 cemeteries. So appreciate the information. Yeah, RDC, and then the legal people. It's really interesting to learn and listen. Thank you.
Bessie, I don't know when Langido isn't called Kitty. This has sent Besoki quite out of that in the community cemeteries. Asian Division of Community Development. So thank you for that. I believe we're done with our meeting here today. Ms. June, just one moment, please. June?
Can we also request that the ag elected officials have their agency or their district resolutions available at that time?
Thank you. Yes. I know, Senate 5 agencies, make sure to have your supporting resolutions in place and bring it with you as well. Okay, go ahead now.
Thank you, sir. This is Darlene, Mr. Nez, Chair. Thank you. RDC. Darlene Pino from Nazis on Navajo Mountain Chapter Vice President. I definitely would like to be part of that conversation and participate in the meeting. We do have a grazing official, however, most of the time he's busy, and sometimes the documentation or information passing on to another, it gets sometimes gets challenging. Akut na deshne shite ashizine hoto atahasi to halatin hi ke yato ke nago ho the cemetery ha hotel yehengi going hit the net al khosho kon rajo ba honi zindo listen sabanses cancel deshne yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, araba hainchigi chapter officials again. If Twin Arrows tells us you can only limit the people to 18 hit on need go, we have to comply with 80 people, which means the priority will be the staff, and the priority will be for grazing officials, land board, as well as farm board. They have to be in there to make sure that they receive this information. All others, if chapter officials come, they may have to sit outside and listen in the lobby. Because this is a land issue that the grazing official, land board, and farm board have to work with. So if your grazing official decides not to go and you are there to attend because nobody from your chapter is there, then we will consider that. Grazing official, but that not yo yidanet la ada binda so which is good, and we commend them for the work that they do. Local level that I don't have to do that job. They can do the job over there, and we'll just create the laws for them. So yeah, I just want to say thank you, and I believe that we can go ahead and adjourn at this time. Yes, go ahead.
One more thing, can you have NTUA there, because it's Lucille again. We have a problem with the farmland. Yeah, they want to do like a lagoon on the farmland, with none at the other side about the city, things. And so, how much authority does grazing and farm board have over land, over these departments that are asking for land that are, that we can use for grazing and farm board to educate. So in farm board, you see here permitted or that no. So that's how they put the resolution, and as we were supporting them, what end on his last and they chapter they're still after it. Hey, that's what I like to know. How do I Tele Valley and Tuba City, just right outside of Tuba City. So we have 4 chapters. Oh, so no. So and so halate lot grazing farm board but the chapters into and so yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
We appreciate your recommendation, but what we're really focused on today and at Twin Arrows is legislation burials, cemeteries, community cemeteries, family cemeteries, that issue that you just brought up can be addressed. Address it with your grazing official, farm board, as well as your local chapter, and be sure to pass a resolution based on what you're telling me today, and then forward it to your council delegate, Hande Aje, Benan Nishbahan Noxe, Koya Yaskito, Le Kashi, Nehebeshbahan Anandla. So thank you for that. I believe at this time, we're going to go ahead, and the recommendations is to have a work session at Twin Arrows where all the discussions will take place, and to have the Department of Justice present, Land Board, Division of Natural Resources, Department of Agriculture, grazing officials, Land Board members, farm boards, BIA, Human Rights Commission, HHPD, on May 19th through the 20th. An agenda will be sent forth to the grazing officials. So, and it is now 4:21. We will go ahead and adjourn at this time. Thank you very much. Be safe out there and make